conquering America. Starting as a boxing champion, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 101, On and Off Stage. After a simple day of rest after returning, the finals began. On the day of the game, Link appeared at the Hard Rock training ground wearing a golden cape and competition shorts with his name and WBA on the waistband. But the protagonist of today's game was not him, but the celebrities in the audience. The most famous one was the billionaire and political upstart Mr. Thompson. Today, he was wearing a neat suit and a red tie, sitting in the front row of the boxing ring. Next to him sat the mayor Francis Suarez, the chairman of the Miami Sports Commission Avery Brundage, and the political and business celebrities Thomas. There were also WBA Association Chairman Gilberto Jesus Mendoza, America's Association Vice Chairman Lin Ke, Florida Media and Publishing Executives Anderson Gillinal and Rafael Veronivo. But there were 3 boxing stars who received more media attention than the few people: the legendary boxing champion Mike Tyson, the former lightweight overlord Roy Jones Jr., and the former middleweight overlord Bernard Hopkins. Before the game started, the media interviewed the 3 about their views on the epidemic prevention game. I support Link. His punches are very powerful. I believe he can beat Mickle and become the super middleweight champion. Tyson faced, do you think Link can beat Mickle in 100 seconds? HBO reporter asked. I don't know, but I think there is a chance. Link's punches are very heavy, and he is almost invincible in the middleweight class. As long as he can hit Mickle once, he has a great chance of KOing his opponent. But Mickle is also an opponent who is very clever in manipulation. Link needs to use his brain to beat his opponent in 100 seconds. Tyson pointed his finger at his forehead and smiled with 2 big gold teeth. HBO reporters also interviewed Roy Jones Jr. and Bernard Hopkins. Roy Jones Jr. shrugged. I don't think Link can do it. I've seen his games. His bombing boxing style is really fierce, but I believe Mickle can do it. Bernard Hopkins said in an interview with reporters, Link is a very powerful guy. He can beat Jane Taylor within 100 seconds. It's incredible. Mickle Kessler? I don't know if he can last 100 seconds. Yes, I'm not sure. I also thought that Link could not beat Pascal and Germain within 100 seconds. He did it. He is an amazing guy. I don't know what else he can do to make people stunned. The reporter asked again, Mr. Hopkins, you have questioned Link's strength before. Are you questioning him again now? Hopkins' face turned even darker, and he rolled his eyes at the reporter. At that time, I didn't know who Link was. A friend asked me to evaluate him like this. Yes, I haven't seen his matches, and I have no conflicts with him. I thought he was just a mouth cannon who wanted to be famous. By the way, I didn't look down on him. If there is a chance for you to fight with Link, can you last more than 100 seconds in his hands? Of course. But I'm a light heavyweight, and his punch is very strong in the super middleweight class, but it is not the strongest in the light heavyweight field. When I perform well, I can also punch 1,500 pounds, Hopkins said with a clenched fist. Okay, thank you for the interview. HBO TV reporter also interviewed the 2 of them. Link and Mickle didn't say much, just stood on the boxing ring. Before he and Mickle appeared on the stage, 2 WBA heavyweight qualifying matches were held at the scene to set the atmosphere. When they took the stage, the atmosphere became even more enthusiastic. Come on, Link. Link, the champion. After Link took the stage, a huge wave of cheers rose from the audience. Hard Rock Stadium is the largest stadium in Florida and can accommodate 40,623 people for boxing events. According to the Herald, there were 3.4 million spectators today, most of whom were fans of Link. The volume of shouting, "Come on Link," was amazing. Oh, Link is so popular. Mr. Thompson in the front row was also startled by the huge wave of cheers. Haha, Link is the pride of our Miami. He not only helped us win the Olympic gold medal, but also had the opportunity to get the world champion gold badge. I think more Indians will like Link in the future. Miami Mayor Francis Suarez laughed. Link is indeed a very powerful Indian. I'm optimistic about him. Mr. Thompson laughed. Come on Link. Come on Link. In the audience on the second floor, Fatty James and others were still waving red flags and leading a group of people to shout hard in their seats. Simon, do you think Link can beat Mickle within 100 seconds? Under the ring, you bet on Link to win by 100 KO again. This time it will be difficult. Link said before that he would finish the game in a cycle, not 100 seconds. Dino Duvano, your bet will go down the drain. Is that so? Dino touched his chin and smiled. This time he didn't bet on Link to defeat Mickle within 100 seconds, but outside of 100 seconds. If Link failed to defeat Mickle within 100 seconds, he would make a lot of money. Dino, are you gambling again? Franco said to his younger brother with dissatisfaction. Just for fun, I only bet a little pocket money, really just a little. Dino smiled and pointed his index finger. Franco shook his head and turned to look at Brooks and West, who were in the coaching seat. They knew each other before, but they didn't have much friendship. Now because of Link, they have become sympathetic to each other. Reggie, do you think Link can become the world boxing champion? Mario bumped into Reggie Sultan next to him. Of course, Link has never failed. Reggie looked at Link on the stage with admiration. I don't think so. In the past, Link was able to become the Golden Gloves champion and the Olympic champion because he had me as a sparring partner. Now he has been away from me for too long. With someone like Morales as a sparring partner, I bet he has not made any progress recently. Mario glanced at Morales next to him. Morales grinned and said his thick arms were too lazy to pay attention to Mario. Because they had the same name and were both Link's sparring partners, they had many conflicts during the time in the West boxing gym. If he paid attention to him, Mario would say that he had not finished. On the boxing ring, a burly man walked around with the WBA World Boxing Champion gold belt in a hot way and then placed the gold belt on the referee's seat. After Calzaghe announced that he would give up all the super middleweight championships, the WBA World Champion title became vacant. Whoever wins the match later will take the gold championship and become the WBA World Champion. But Link's attention at this time is not on the gold leader, but on his opponent. Mikkel Kessler, 29 years old, Danish professional boxer, height 185, wingspan 188, weight 76 kilograms, white, with a powerful tattoo on the right side of his upper body. His current professional record is 41 fights, 1 loss and 32 KOs. He was once the super middleweight champion of the WBA/WBC Idol organization and maintained tax-free gold income for 3 years and 7 months. In November last year, he had a championship unification match with IBF WBO super middleweight champion Joe Calzaghe. After 12 rounds of fierce fighting, he lost to his opponent and lost the gold belt. But Link will not worry because of the opponent's strong desire. Becoming a world champion is his dream for 2 lifetimes. He has been training hard for half a year and played dozens of difficult games. The purpose is to stand up here, defeat his opponent and lift the gold belt. Now that he has finally come to this point, he is only 1 step away from his dream, and he will not shrink back no matter what. Chapter 102 World Boxing Champion. Hello, Mikkel. Welcome to the player competition. Link greeted the opponent in the ring. Hello. Mikkel nodded expressionlessly. The referee came over to read the rules of the game. After confirming that the opponent had no objection, he said punch. After the referee waved his arm, the cheering sound at the scene became quiet like a string that was suddenly cut short. But the 2 motionless people in the ring suddenly moved. Hearing the referee's order, Link stepped forward and swung his fist to attack Mikkel first. Almost at the same time, Mikkel also attacked him, swung his fists to attack Link's head. His fists were not as heavy as Link's. Link had studied Mikkel's defensive game style with coaches Brooks and West before the game. Although Mikkel's professional record was 41 wins, 40 wins and 32 KOs, he seemed to be a very high-level boxer, but in the eyes of the old experts in the boxing world, his boxing was also flawed. His punches are very heavy, which also causes him to over-rely on them. His technique is a bit rough, and his fighting style is not flexible and delicate enough. His most skilled fighting style is very similar to Link's, with continuous heavy punches, using heavy punches to pressure the opponent, and knocking out the opponent with 1 punch when the opponent is weak. Link's advantage over the opponent's knee is not in the weight of his punches, but in his technique and abundant physical strength. Seeing the opponent's heavy punches, Link immediately retracted his fists, blocked his body with his arms, and switched from full offense to defense. This is also the first time he switched from offense to defense in the WBA Boxing Championship Series. Mickle took the opportunity to catch up and frantically attacked his double arm defense, hitting 20 squat punches in a row within 6. Link held up his arms to break the block, changing positions while fighting, and bombarded all the opponent's heavy punches. Bang bang bang. Mickle continued to attack, punching hard after punching hard, with a punch weight of at least 1,200 pounds, not less than Link's punch weight, making Link's arm numb. He was hit twice on his arm and abdomen, which was also very. How can Link defend? Can he beat Mickle in 100 seconds by fighting like this? Dino touched his chin and looked at him. Look carefully, this is Link's tactics. Simon said. Tactics? Dino raised his eyebrows. Fighting like Link, it is absolutely impossible to knock out the opponent within 100 seconds, and his profit can only reach zero expenditure. See, I said he quit. He used to take the initiative in the game, and would never wait to be beaten. Now he is beaten by Mickle, and can't fight back. Humph, this is his own fault. Who told him not to take me to New York? Mario snorted coldly with his big nose raised. The game has just started. Why are you in a hurry? Morales said with a squint. Isn't what I said true? A good sparring partner is crucial for a boxer. If I were here, Link would definitely be stronger than he is now. You can't compare to me at all. Mario used his shoulder to knock Mora away. Mora curled his lips and stood next to Regi. Bang, bang, bang. Mickle was in very good physical condition. In less than 40 seconds, he punched more than 80 times in a row. In the first 40 seconds, Link only punched 8 times. The rest of the time he was doing his best to defend and make the defense flawless. Counter-attack quickly, 100 seconds are coming. Someone in the audience shouted, but Link was still playing defensive counter-attacks, and his expression showed no urgency. Did Link change his strategy? Not pursuing KOing Mickle within 100 seconds? Editor-in-Chief Raphael Varane said, touching his chin. Isn't this the tactic that Link arranged in advance? The 100 seconds agreed with the owner first, to create pressure on the opponent, forcing the opponent to defend or take the initiative to attack. If others defend, he can attack crazily. His fists are very heavy, and his bombing attack is amazing. Few people can defend his continuous attack within 100 seconds. It is probably for this reason that Mickle chooses to take the initiative, to attack and use offense instead of defense to support 100 seconds. Doug Fisher said thoughtfully. Is that so? If Link does not win within 100 seconds, what will happen? Anderson Gyllenhaal Sultan, director of the Herald. Haha, of course, continue the game. Have you noticed that Link only said that he would KO the master within 100 seconds, but never said that he would choose to admit defeat if it exceeded 100 seconds? Raphael Varane laughed. Is that so? Then Link is too cunning. People around exclaimed. Haha, I said before that Link is a smart guy. He always uses his brain to play games and never just relies on fists. Raphael laughed. In the boxing ring, Link was competing without distractions, just following his own feelings, not caring about other things, not caring about 100 seconds. The most important thing now was to win the game in a short time, but he needed an opportunity to counterattack. Bang, bang, bang. When the game was 80 seconds in, Mickle had punched more than 110 times in a row and hit Link more than 10 times. But his continuous heavy punches consumed a lot of energy. At the end of the first round, his attack speed was very slow, and he was sweating and panting. The opponent reduced the frequency of attack. Link knew that he saw the opportunity, and launched a counter-attack in an instant, swinging a jab, and hitting the opponent's head. Mickle reacted quickly and came over, raising his arm to defend. At the same time, Link counter-attacked and he also hit Link in the face with a straight punch. Be careful. Someone shouted from the audience. Link ignored the opponent's fist and threw his drooping right fist forward suddenly, hitting the opponent's head at a speed that exceeded his opponent. Wow. Back throw. Yes, a back punch. Link took advantage of the opponent's inability to defend and threw a back punch that violently knocked the opponent's raised left forearm crooked and hit the inside of Mikkel with great inertia. Bang! Mikkel's head was hit by the back punch, and his left face was suddenly deformed. His jawbone was just the opposite, and his hair and saliva suddenly swung to the right. The speed suddenly increased. Mikkel fell sideways on the boxing ring with a plop. Wow. The audience was silent for more than a second, and suddenly a huge exclamation broke out. Everyone was surprised by the sudden attack. Just now, Link was seen in a situation where the enemy was beaten, and in a blink of an eye he swung his fist to kill, and hit the opponent's head with a famous stunt, the back punch. Can Mikkel still stand up? Come on, Mikkel, stand up quickly. Dino couldn't help but shout. Franco and Simon suddenly turned their heads and looked at him in confusion. Which side are you on? Dino quickly closed his mouth, clenched his fists, and silently cheered for Mikkel. Mikkel supported the ground, slowly stood up, and his steps were a little staggering. Link's back throw is one of the most lethal punches. In amateur competitions, with the protection of headgear, many people are often knocked out by his punch. In professional competitions, without the cushioning of headgear, the lethality of the back throw is doubled. Most people can't digest the 300 or 400 pounds of impact force. But Mikkel is not an ordinary person. His ability to withstand blows is very good. He struggled on the ground for a few seconds, supported the ground with his arms, and slowly stood up. The referee walked in front of Mikkel again, and asked him if he could continue the game. Mikkel chased Link, and nodded to indicate that he could. Link also secretly admired that he was really a tough guy. Boxing. The match started. Mikkel pounded his chest, and looked at Link with murderous intent. Link also stared at the opponent, waving his fists and actively attacking Mikkel. The opponent had consumed a lot of energy in attacking Link in the first 80 seconds, so it was an opportunity to counterattack. He attacked Mikkel's double arm defense with punch after punch. After being hit by a few punches, I found that I couldn't defend him, so I gave up defense and launched a counterattack. Bang, bang, bang! Exclamation mark. Come on, Mikkel, hold on. Seeing the fist fight, the shouts of the audience were deafening, almost turning over the hard rock. Because Mikkel attacked first, he consumed more energy than Link, and his speed was slower than Link. In terms of defensive techniques, Link gradually gained the upper hand. He saw the opportunity, and broke through Mikkel's defense from the side with a swift and tricky jab, hitting his chin hard, causing Mikkel to lean back, and saliva to splash out of his mouth. Opportunity. Almost when Mikkel retreated, Link stepped forward, and hit the opponent's left face with a right straight punch. Mikkel is also a very powerful guy with a very strong ability to withstand blows. After other opponents are hit, 90% will fall to the ground, but he was not knocked down. After being hit by Link's heavy punch, he grabbed the ropes, stabilized his body again, bent down, and hugged his head with his arms for protection. Mikkel's lecturers also shouted defend, full defense, hold on, the first round of mobilization will end soon in the audience. Link didn't want to give the opponent a chance to regroup, nor did he want to be called mouth cannon. He bit his braces, got up angrily, and launched an interception attack on his opponent, punching one after another, and within 3 seconds, he threw 8 heavy punches in a row. Bang! A hook hit Mikkel's side face, followed by a straight punch, hitting Mikkel's forehead again. Mikkel's eyes rolled back, his body shook, and with a bang, he fell to the middle boxing ring. Link retracted his fist, and looked at his opponent who was lying on the ground, wondering if he could stand up. If he stood up again, this round would be over. Even if he won in the end, it would not be considered a complete victory if he exceeded the agreed time of 100 seconds. 10, 9, 8, 7. The referee came over to count from 10 to 1. Mikkel supported himself on the ground and struggled a few times, but he could not stand up for more than 10 seconds. The audience was silent for 2 seconds, then suddenly stood up and cheered loudly. Tens of thousands of people cheered together, like a tsunami. Link breathed a sigh of relief and raised his fists high. I declare that the person who died in this match is Link Baker. The boxing referee raised Link's arm high. Link is the champion. Mikkel lost. Lost with 1 punch. Dino was stunned for a moment and quickly grabbed Simon's arm and looked at the time. The time showed 100 seconds. 100 seconds? How could it be so coincidental? Did I bet right or wrong? I declare that the WBA Super Middleweight Championship competition is over, and the new WBA Super Middleweight World Champion is Link Baker. WBA Association President Gilberto Mendoza held the golden leader and announced loudly to the owner. Then he handed the golden leader to Link and a check for $800,000. This was the prize money for the competition. Whoever grabbed it would get the biggest share. This part of the prize money was the money WBA got from auctioning the right to host the competition. Mr. Link Baker, congratulations on becoming the WBA World Champion. I hope you can achieve more in boxing in the future. Chairman Mendoza shook Link's hand and smiled. Thank you, Link, well done. It was a wonderful match. Miami Sports Commission Chairman Brundage, America's Association Vice President Lynn Walker, Florida Boxing Association Chairman and others also walked onto the ring, holding Link's hand to congratulate him and taking photos with him. Link champion, Link champion, Link champion. James, Michael, Reggie and others jumped and shouted, "Boxing champion Link! Boxing champion Link!" The audience stood up, clapped their hands and shouted loudly. Link looked at the golden leader of the boxing champion under the incandescent light. His eyes were a little dazed. From the dark mines, to the darker underground boxing rings, and then to the chaste boxing arena in America, he had fought for 2 lifetimes. Finally, today on the world-class boxing ring, he lifted the golden leader of the world boxing champion. The past efforts and blood and sweat of the past were not in vain. Everything was worth it. Link, you are the world champion. Morales, Reggie, Simon, Mario, Dino and others shouted and rushed to the boxing ring, lifted Link high up, and threw him several times in a row. Link laughed. He must have known that after tomorrow, all major media in the world would report the news that he had become the WBA champion. A world champion who was only 20 years old. When LIU saw this news, he wondered if he would sigh that this kid chairman was so stubborn that even Mickle was not his opponent. In the audience, Greg Cohen frowned as he looked at Link on the ring. In the end, he was still thinking about suppressing Link's arrogance with Pascal, Germain, and Mickle, making him struggle in the game, and then trying to win him back. Now even the former world champion Mickle of super middleweight has failed to Link, and it will be very difficult to continue to put pressure on him. Mr. Cohen, Link is too strong, and he also takes advantage of the situation to create momentum. For such a boxer, it is best to cooperate with him. If you want to suppress him, give up and wait for more than 10 years, and then his strength will be possible, the assistant said. Greg Cohen tapped his knees with his fingers. The rhythm was fast, and he was also very irritable. If Link had 70% of the rest time in his mind, he would have agreed decisively, and would not have missed this cash cow in vain. Based on Link's ability to become the world champion at the age of 20, his potential is indeed no worse than Mayweather and De La Hoya, and giving him 70% of the attention is not too much. It's a pity that I still underestimated Link at that time. Chapter 103 Refreshing Records. Mr. Link Baker, congratulations on becoming the WBA World Champion. How do you feel now? After the game, a group of reporters from TV stations and newspapers surrounded Link under the ring water heater. Link said, wiping the sweat with a towel, with the gold belt hanging on his shoulders. Mr. Baker, before the game, did you think you would beat Michael Kessler and become the world champion? Asked a reporter from the USA Express. Of course, I said it before, the world champion gold leader is mine. Link said loudly to the media camera. Mr. Link Baker, before the game, you promised to KO all opponents in 100 seconds, but in this game you took a full 100 seconds to completely knock out Michael Kessler. Do you agree that, although you won the gold belt, your plan failed? The reporter from USA Today was more positive. 100 seconds? Link thought it would take longer than 100 seconds, but it was stuck at 100 seconds, and his shoulders raised. Sir, you should know that Mr. Michael Kessler is a very good boxer. His strength is stronger than I thought. When competing with him, I must do my best. Yes, in the anti-epidemic competition, I tried my best to defeat him. In order to defeat him in 100 seconds, I'm personally satisfied and do not feel defeated. Mr. Link Baker, after becoming the WBA Super Middleweight Champion, what are your plans next? Will you compete for other gold championships? Asked a reporter from Ring magazine. Of course, I said that I would unify the super middleweight gold belts of the 4 major organizations, and I must do it. After having the WBA gold title, it will be much easier to get the gold titles of other organizations. You just need to contact the winners of the other 3 gold titles through the promotion company and have a few boxing championship unification matches. The winner will get all 4 titles, just like the match between Mikkel and Kalzag. After the WBA Super Middleweight Gold Championship competition begins, the other 3 major organizations' competitions will be held in the next 6 months. At that time, Link can directly challenge the boxing champions of other organizations and win another gold title. Mr. Link Baker, I heard that you accepted the match with Tyson privately. Are you confident that you can beat him? Asked a reporter from the Herald. I'm not sure. Mike is very good. He is a legend in the boxing world and one of my idols, so I don't know if I can beat him, but I will do my best to beat him and pay tribute to him. Link held his head as he answered the question. The reporters at the scene looked at the reporter from the Herald in surprise. Link was going to compete with the returning Tyson? A super middleweight boxer was going to fight the former heavyweight champion? When was this going to happen? Why didn't we know about it? The reporters were sensitive to the smell of big news and quickly asked about the match between Link and Tyson. Link answered a few questions and left the match scene surrounded by his coaching team. Afterwards, Dynasty Promotions held a grand celebration party at the Hilton Beach Hotel and invited all the celebrities at the scene to attend. The Tycoon Mr. Thompson, Miami Chairman Francis Suarez, Sports Commission Chairman Avery Brundage, WBA Association President Gilberto Jesus Mendoza, Anderson Gyllenhaal, Rafael Varane, Coach West, Coach Brooks, James, Michael, Reggie and others attended the party. Link also followed Franco and met Mr. Thompson, who praised him a few times and mentioned Big Eva Cab. Mr. Thompson said that she was recording a reality show in New York, otherwise she would come to watch the game. Mr. was worth $1.8 billion in 2008 and ranked 689th on the Forbes list. He is a real rich man and has a high reputation in both the political and business circles. Seeing how close he was to Link, the people at the scene became more enthusiastic about Link. Shortly after the party, Franco happily found Link. Haha, Link, guess how much money our company made this time? Franco said as he sat on a beach chair and took a sip of cold watermelon juice. 5 million. Link gave a rough figure. Haha, the total is about 7 million. 3 million from HBO broadcasting fees, more than 2.2 million from ticket and surrounding hotel income tax free, 1.1 million from advertising, and about 500,000 from other sources. Take a look. Franco threw a file over. Link opened it and glanced at it. He was not good at reading the accounts, but with accountants and asset managers around, he was not worried about any problems. So putting aside the costs, we only made 1 or 2 million. Excluding 2 million for the organizing rights, more than 3 million was spent on publicity and promotion, and the net income was only about 2 million. Is 2 million not enough? After publicity, Dynasty Promotion is a new company. It can make 2 million for the first time hosting a large-scale competition. Haha, when I told my father about this, he sighed. I heard that he made his first million this year, and it took him about 10 years. Franco laughed. Link shook his head and said that when old Duver entered the boxing world in the 1950s, inflation was not serious, and 1 million was worth more than 10 million now. In addition, what Franco said was also true. Dynasty Promotion is a new company. It is the first time for it to host a large-scale competition. Many problems have arisen in the process of promotion. If they had known earlier, they would have gone to the scene to support it, and the venue with more than 40,000 people would not be full. Link, do you think you earn too little? I have another good news. The vice president of Thompson International called just now and wanted to use 8 million to win the right to host your match with Tyson. 8 million? Remember that Tyson came back in 2020 and fought Roy Jones Jr. It is said that the prize money for that match was as high as 20 million. After 3 years, 8 million seems a bit low to compete with this super boxing star. Thompson International, there are currently 5 companies in contact with us, and the prize money for collecting carbon dioxide will not be less than 10 million. Franco smiled, holding up a finger. Link shrugged. You are the president, so you decide the matter. I have no objection. Okay, I will pay attention to the discussions of several companies, and wait for my good news. Franco drank the watermelon juice, took the documents, and hurriedly got into the car. Link turned over and continued to read the newspaper under the parasol. After the game, there were a lot of reports about the game in the media in the past 2 days, which were more lively than the news in the few days after the Olympics. There were 3 main points in the news about him. First, he reached the championship at the age of 20 years and 4 months, becoming the youngest world champion in the history of WBA super middleweight. Second, he was the person who became the world champion in the shortest time in boxing history. The New York Post said that he was the first and only person who became the world champion in only 400 seconds. When Link first saw this title, he was stunned for a moment, a little confused about where the 400 seconds came from. After reading the content of the news, he realized that the other party had added. Since he changed his job, he has participated in 11 professional matches, and the durations are 6.1 seconds, 4.8 seconds, 9.2 seconds, 7.5 seconds, 5.8 seconds, 21, 42 seconds, 98 seconds, 91 seconds, and 100 seconds, which add up to about 390 seconds, just under 400 seconds. When the spectators saw this number, they couldn't help but exclaimed that Link was too fierce. It was a legend to become the world champion in 400 seconds. The third news is about the record he created in this competition. Although he did not break the 7-game record of Cannon Briggs, Link also created a boxing record. For example, in 6 consecutive games, the fight ended within 10 seconds. In 7 consecutive games, the fight ended within 30 seconds. And in 11 consecutive games, the fight ended within 101 seconds. In 11 consecutive professional games, the opponent was KO'd in the first round in the World Boxing Championship competition. So many game records were achieved in the shortest time. Boxing Ring magazine said that these records can probably not be broken by anyone except Link himself. In addition to these 3 pieces of news, there is another controversial topic on the internet, which is the discussion about 100 seconds. Before the game, Link said that he would beat all opponents within 100 seconds. In the last game, he did not do it. The game lasted 100.67 seconds, which is rounded to 101 seconds. The focus of the discussion among netizens is whether there are netizens who say that Link was 1 second short. Strictly speaking, Link did not succeed, and he was talking nonsense. But some netizens said that Link said it was 100 seconds, and 100.67 is also 100 seconds, which strictly speaking does not count. Just to argue about this second, netizens wasted countless seconds. Link, a guest called and said he wanted to dive. It was a guest who booked many months ago. Don't you want to accept the order? James shouted at the door. Are you kidding? I'm a newly minted world champion. Do you want me to go to the sea to teach people to dive? Link joked. Then I refuse him? Forget it. Ask him to come over and say that I also want to swim in the sea. Link put down the newspaper, moved a few times and leaned back. Thanks to the book friend Grief Emoyan for the reward. Thank you. Chapter 104 Miss Thompson. After returning from the sea and seeing off the boxing fans disguised as tourists, Link turned on his phone and received a congratulatory message from Huazia and 2 missed calls. The name was Crystal Liu, a Huazia worker he met on the plane when he went to participate in the Olympics. Link sat back on the beach chair and called the number. He heard a dazed voice on the other end saying, Link, what time is it in Hanjing now? About 11 o'clock. Are you asleep? Of course, I'm still awake at 11 o'clock at night. Do you think I'm a night owl? Okay, should I call you again tomorrow? Link smiled. No, you've already woken me up. The girl on the phone yawned. What's the matter with you calling me in the middle of the night? I want to learn Chinese from you. Learn Chinese in the middle of the night. Hate it. You must be planning to make fun of me. Oh, I remember. I just called you Before going to bed, I was watching TV at night, and the evening news said that Olympic champion Link won the World Boxing Association gold collar, becoming the youngest world champion in boxing history. You are amazing. Congratulations, Link. The girl said in a crisp voice. Thank you. It's just a victory, Link said modestly. Too modest, I just checked. The world champion gold ring is very precious. The WBA gold ring is the most valuable. You became the world champion at the age of 20. You are amazing. When I saw you at that time, I saw you gentleman. I didn't expect you to be so good at fighting, the girl said happily on the phone. Link smiled. Chris Liu came to the United States to promote the Forbidden Kingdom. When she returned to Beijing, she happened to be on the same flight as him. Link took the initiative to greet her, so they knew each other. Chris, you are here recently. When will you come to the United States? I will take you diving. I don't know when I can come, probably not too long. Recently, things at work have not been going well for me. Maybe I will come to Hollywood to develop. The girl yawned and told him some work things. That is, the production company of the Forbidden Kingdom wanted to sign him, but she didn't want to. The two sides had some conflicts and the other party threatened to ban her. Come to Hollywood. There are many opportunities in Prague. I forgot to tell you that I'm also an actor. Are you serious? Of course. Link told her some things about his filming and the crew. While chatting, a voice came from the microphone. Fei, why are you still not asleep? Who are you calling in the middle of the night? Chris Liu heard the shout and hurriedly told Link that my mother is here and we will talk tomorrow. Link said goodnight and hung up the phone. Link, don't sit over there, come and help. Daniel called him from the middle of the beach and someone else called him from the side. There were Michael Sales and a few others. I don't know where they got some firewood from and they piled it in the sandpit. There were also 4 barbecue grills and several folding tables around, with a lot of drinks and fruits on the tabletops. Michael also brought out the custom-made wooden items from the store, and noisy Spanish songs rose on the beach. You guys are on the floor? Having a party? Didn't James notify you? Michael shouted with a low sound. What party? Of course it's to celebrate you winning the gold belt of the party. You became the world boxing champion. Shouldn't you have a party to celebrate? Several people stopped and looked at him. Wasn't it a celebration party at the Hilton Hotel the day before yesterday? No, that was just your company's cocktail party, not a party. Having a party on the beach is fair to our party. Daniel laughed. Okay. Link didn't care and let them set up the exhibition on the beach. Soon, hundreds of people came to the beach, mostly neighbors. Everyone brought food and drinks, wore shorts and bikinis, and held a barbecue party on the beach. In the afternoon, there were more people on the beach, about 300 or 400 people. From the public to the baker's shop on the pier, it was a party scene. Link didn't hesitate to buy beer, bought dozens of boxes of drinks, and also contributed his villa for everyone to play. Mario, Raggy and others got the news from somewhere, and drove over to join the party. A group of people listened to music, drank, danced, and played in the water on the beach, making the show very lively. Only Link was also sitting on a beach chair, holding a glass of champagne, watching everyone play. Hey, Link, are you having a party? Simon, a buddy, came down from the sandbar, followed by a tall woman. The woman had long golden hair and was wearing a creamy white Chanel dress and white high heels. She had a curvy figure, and she always looked heavy when she walked. On her slender wrists was a delicate diamond dress, which sparkled in the sun. Compared with the crowd on the beach, her dress was exquisite and her temperament was too outstanding, a bit like a crane standing out from the crowd. Link stood up and greeted her. Link, let me introduce you. Simon walked over and pointed at the woman next to him and introduced. This is Ms. Thompson, the vice president of Thompson International. Simon came over and whispered, Thompson International has increased the prize money to 10 million, which is higher than the offer of several other competitors. Tyson has already agreed. After discussion, we are also ready to agree. Now it depends on your opinion. Ivica said she wanted to come over and talk to you, sir. Link smiled gently and stretched out his hand to Miss Ivica and said, Miss Ivica, welcome to Baker's shop. As Ivica walked over, her eyes were fixed on him. She shook hands with him and smiled. "Mr. Link Baker, you finally became the world champion. Your initial confidence was amazing." Link smiled and said, "Thank you. I told you at the beginning that I would become the world champion, and of course I have to do what I say." Ivica blinked, her red lips slightly curled up. "So your gold belt is also due to my contribution?" "Yes, it is you who inspired me. Please allow me to thank you in person." Link raised a glass of champagne, handed it to her palm and smiled. "You're welcome." Ivica smiled and brushed the golden hair on her cheek. Simon, who was standing next to him, saw that they were chatting so familiarly and suddenly felt a little hopeful. He simply said hello, picked up a bottle of beer, and ran over to dance. Link invited Ivica to sit on the beach chair beside him. Ivica brushed the hem of her skirt and sat down. Because her calves were crossed, her sitting posture became more plump, and she also smelled of expensive perfume. "Link, I heard that you are now the vice president of Dynasty Promotion?" Ivica tilted her head and looked at his profile. He was only 20 years old this year. Without the help of his parents, he relied only on his fists to become a multi-millionaire from a beach boy and a world boxing champion. She was still a little curious and interested in him. Although she had seen many young people in the upper class, she hoped that no one would be as good as Link. Link chuckled. The vice president was arranged for him by Franco, saying that he would help manage the company, but in fact he rarely went to the company. "Yes, so what do our two vice presidents want to talk about?" Ivica found it interesting and smiled. She put a piece of data on the table and said, "Link, you are the most popular boxer in the current boxing world. Although Tyson's popularity has increased, his fame in the United States is still unmatched. Your match is destined to become the most eye-catching event in the boxing world. We, Tang International, are very optimistic about the match and have the ability to make the match a grand event. This is our plan. Take a look." Link opened the plan handed over by the other party and took a look. It was obvious that there was a lot of work to do on the scene at Tangpu International. There was a thick stack of information and the amount was sufficient. Link took a rough look. With his current level, he also saw that there was nothing wrong, so he would not find fault with it. "Ms. Ivica, I have a question. You, Tangpu International, have never promoted boxing matches. Why are you interested in boxing matches this time?" Hosting boxing matches is also a kind of boxing promotion, because when hosting a match, if you want to make a profit, you need to expand publicity and need to be noticed by more audiences. Tangpu International has never been involved in this field, so Link asked this question. Ivica said slowly, "Our Thompson Group has co-hosted many Miss Americas with NBC TV. We also have several casino hotels in Las Vegas and Atlantic City, and have held many boxing matches. However, we were partners of boxing promotion companies before. Now we have stepped forward and become the organizer. We are not lacking in relevant experience." Link remembered that this family was big and powerful. They had big hotels and casinos in Las Vegas, Atlantic City, New York, Los Angeles, Miami and other places. Boxing matches were indeed held in those places. It was just that they used to be landlords, and now they also came to open a store to do business. Link also remembered one thing. Not long ago, there was a report in the Business Daily that due to the impact of the real estate bubble and the financial crisis, Mr. Thompson's net worth was equivalent to compressed water. From the $2.5 billion announced by Forbes last year, it was compressed to about $1.8 billion US. The industries launched by Thompson International, such as Thompson Entertainment and Atlantic Casino, suffered losses of hundreds of millions of yuan and were on the verge of bankruptcy. The other party may have considered this aspect when suddenly hosting a boxing match. It sounds good. So it's a happy cooperation? Ivica smiled as she stretched out her soft palm. Happy cooperation. Link shook hands with her. Chapter 105 Silence. "Hey, Simon, who's that chick? She's got a great body." On the beach, Michael was holding a beer, looking at Link's figure, bumping into Simon and asking. Simon kept shaking his head to the rhythm of the music. "Wow, Miss Thompson? She's a real rich woman. Is Link going to date her? Damn, I wish I were Link." Michael looked at Miss Ivica's hot body, exquisite dress, superior temperament, and the best white, rich and beautiful woman. No one would not want to date such a great woman. Link, this bastard is so lucky. He got a new girlfriend every month, and she's very beautiful. Daniel also looked at Link and Evoca under the parasol, one handsome and masculine, the other a beautiful newspaper, and they were obviously a good match. Are they really going to date? I don't think this is a good idea. The Thompsons are too rich, and Link is just a poor boy. They are not suitable, James said with a frown on his fat face. Don't guess, they are just talking about work. Simon interrupted. Talking about work doesn't delay dating. Michael shrugged and shouted at Link, hey, Link, come and dance, I'll call you. Link won't come, he likes to sit alone and watch the fun, Daniel said. But to everyone's surprise, Link came over with Ivica one day. Link, do you want to dance? Michael looked at Link in surprise, and then at Ivica next to him. He just saw that she was very beautiful and hot, which made people want to tease her. But when she came over and saw that she was raised high, yes, it's okay to move your body, the good Link said to Ivica next to him. Link, don't force yourself. If you don't know how to dance, be careful not to break your toes again, James said, pulling Link's arm. Haha, I remember that at the carnival last year, he wanted to show off in front of Lina, but he twisted his foot and ranked low. Daniel laughed. Ivica smiled slightly and looked at Link. You want to play in the game, don't force yourself if you don't know how to dance. Link glanced at James and Daniel. It was true that Link couldn't dance, but he didn't necessarily know how to dance. Someone once said that a boxer who couldn't dance was not a good boxer. A good boxer must have practiced dance moves. For example, the fancy dance steps of boxing Saint Sugar Ray Robinson, the butterfly dance of boxing King Ali, and the ghost steps of British boxing Prince Hamd were all derived from tap dancing. When he was training, he often followed the rhythm of the songs to practice movements and rhythms, so dancing was naturally not difficult for him. What Ivica said was also right. He should pay attention to one thing before the game. He saw that Michael had a guitar hanging on him. How about you guys dance and I'll sing? Link, what song are you going to sing? Michael handed him the guitar. It was an ordinary guitar that cost a few dollars. Link looked around. This was the beach. Everyone was dancing Latin dance. Latin dance music was playing on the speakers. There were many hot Latin girls in the crowd. He suddenly remembered a familiar Spanish song. When he was practicing boxing before, he liked to listen to songs with a very obvious sense of rhythm. While listening to the songs, he hit the sandbag to the rhythm, bang bang bang, and kept changing his steps. This was also one of his ways to practice boxing. The song had a strong sense of rhythm, with a distinct Latin dance style. It was also one of his frequently used practice tracks. He had listened to it more than dozens of times. The first time he only listened to the rhythm, and didn't understand what the lyrics meant. Now Link asked Michael to turn down the volume of the speakers, plucked the guitar strings, and sang while recalling the lyrics. Oh yeah mi estas gustando more normal things pidiendo más esto hecto malo sin ninguna puro despacito. Wow, it sounds great. What song is this, Link? Why haven't I heard of it before? Michael asked in surprise, after listening for a while. Don't make noise. Listen to Link singing, Daniel said, covering his mouth. Evoca thought the rhythm was so great that she couldn't help raising her arms and shaking gently. Simon looked at Link in surprise. He was surprised that he was not only good at boxing, but also sang so well. He suddenly felt that this was a good promotional material, so he ran back to the car, took out a handheld video recorder, turned on the pickup, and stood up towards Link. Link carried a guitar on his back, playing and singing. Evoca, Fatty James, Michael, and Daniel surrounded him and kept shaking their bodies. Oh, you are the magnet and I'm the metal attracted to you. I'm approaching you. I'm planning carefully. My thoughts drive me to speed up. Despacito. Wow, that's cool. When the others heard Link singing, they also ran over and danced various Latin dance steps to the rhythm of the music. They all danced badly. Latin dance is not mine. Mario ran over from the side and stood in front of Link, shaking his fat chest muscles and big belly in front of his eyes. Although he was fat, he danced Latin dance with a good sense of rhythm. In a short time, he became the most eye-catching person besides the lead singer Link and the beautiful girl Evoca. Reggie shook his head helplessly and ran to twist his body. He lived in the Latin community and there was a carnival every year. Most of the young men there would twist their bodies a few times. Link sang twice, and it became more and more fluent as he sang. Later, he sang and danced with everyone. His steps were very flexible and rhythmic. Evoca also followed his movements and twisted her plump buttocks. By the fourth time, everyone could remember a few lyrics and sang along loudly. Despacito quiero respirata culo despacito, I want to get close to your neck and breathe gently. DJ te digo cosas al oído, let me whisper in your ear and confess my love to you. Para que te accusations estas conmigo. Great. Simon looked at the scene in Starbucks and couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. In the video, Link stood in the middle, carrying a guitar, singing and dancing. Next to him was the hot Ivica, who was wearing a channel knee-length skirt, high heels, and shaking her shoulders in a reserved manner. Next to them were the well-proportioned James, the thin Daniel, Michael who was shirtless and coolly dancing hip-hop, the big-bellied Mario who kept stealing the show, and Reggie who was dancing seriously. There were also hundreds of Latinos, blacks, and whites on the beach. Everyone followed the rhythm of the music and danced passionate Latin dance next to the fire. The picture looked lively and interesting. Simon watched and cheered loudly. After dancing for half an hour, everyone was sweating. Link, what song is this? Why haven't I heard of it? Is there any resource online? I want to play it in the store. Daniel came over and asked, wiping his sweat. Michael says, and others suddenly raised their heads. Keep it a secret, I'll tell you after a while. Link took 2 bottles of cleaning water and handed one to Miss Ivica. Whose song is this? I want to buy a record, too. Miss Ivica was sweating profusely, and her slim lower body became even tighter. Link smiled and said, just now when I saw everyone dancing, this song suddenly popped into my mind. What do you think? Are you serious? Ivica asked in surprise. Link smiled and shrugged, without further explanation. Link, take a look at this video. I'm going to edit it and post it on YouTube so that your boxing fans can get to know you better. Simon came over, turned on the video, and told the story. There was a pickup on it at the time, and the recording effect was pretty good. Both the picture and the recording were loud. Link watched it and felt it was pretty good. I'll post it in 2 days. Wait for me to register the copyright first, and then help me find a recording room. I'm going to record a demo. Okay, no problem. I'll contact you today. Simon nodded. It sounds very shocking when a world champion releases an original single. In addition, this song sounds great, and there may be a chance of it becoming a big hit. If the song becomes popular, Link's fame will definitely rise to a higher level. Link, sing again. Sing again. Daniel, Michael and others shouted loudly. Link responded, put his guitar on his back, walked into the crowd and sang. Despacito quiero respirata culo despacito DJ te digo cosas para que te accusations estas conmigo despacito. Ivica crossed her arms and watched him sing and dance quietly, so naturally and casually, not like a multi-millionaire or world boxing champion at all. She found this guy more and more interesting. Chapter 106 Songs go viral. After the match, Link stayed in Miami for more than a week and returned to the Big Apple, New York. When he returned to New York, the heat of the WBA Super Middleweight Championship had faded. The news about the boxing match reported that the Heavyweight World Championship match that ended just last week, The Rock Hashem Rahman challenged WBO IBF champion Vladimir Klitschko, was technically knocked out in the 6th round and lost the challenge. Nigeria's Nightmare Samuel Pitt vs Ukrainian champion Vitaly Klitschko. Klitschko used 8 rounds to TKO Samuel Pitt and regained the WBC Heavyweight Championship. Occupy 3 heavyweight gold collars of the 4 major organizations. The other WBA heavyweight gold collar belongs to Giant Valuev, who is Russian. The media exclaimed that the heavyweight field of the world boxing has been occupied by Slavs. There are also some reports about Link in the news, mainly discussing his match with Tyson, who will lose, and who will win. Although Tyson has been in a state of conspicuous for more than 3 years, he is also a former boxing champion, the king of heavy punches, and a boxing legend. Many people support Link because he is young, his punches are not much worse than Tyson's, but his speed is faster than Tyson. As long as he is more flexible in the ring, he can tire Tyson to death in 12 rounds. There are also many people who support Tyson's boxing. In boxing, a heavy body means great strength. Tyson weighs more than 60 pounds more than Link and has advantages in terms of resistance to blows. Boxing experts believe that as long as Tyson can play 30% of his heyday, it will not be difficult to defeat Link. Some of these news and controversies are planned by Thompson Entertainment and Dynasty Promotion. They are trying to attract more people to pay attention to the game in this way in the early stage of similar boxing matches. It's just that the time and place of the game have not yet been determined, and Thompson Entertainment has not officially launched its publicity and promotion, and the relevant discussions are not heated enough. After returning to New York, Link restrained his distractions and reinvested his time and energy in boxing training to prepare for the next game. In the next 6 months, in addition to the match with Tyson, he will also compete for the WBC/WBO IBF Super Middleweight Gold Championship. At the same time, after becoming the WBA champion, he will have to accept 2 to 3 challenges every year, so now is not the time to be depressed. Bang, bang, bang. Link was in the boxing ring, swinging his fists continuously, exerting his speed and strength to the extreme. In the past few games, the reason why he was able to defeat his opponents and win in a short time was, on the one hand, the experience of amateur competitions, which accumulated his prestige and courage in boxing. This is the growth of the heart. On the other hand, psychologically, it also benefited from his physique. Through interrupted physical training, his boxing qualities such as strength, speed, and reaction ability have been continuously improved and broken through. The speed of 100 meters has exceeded 11 seconds, and his movements are more flexible. With a weight of 76 kilograms, he can burst out heavyweight punches. In terms of speed and strength, he completely crushes his opponents of the same weight, and his boxing techniques and tactics are also relatively advanced. It is equivalent to having all the top horses in your hands during the game, and it is difficult to lose the game. But this does not mean that he can just rest on his laurels. What Bernard Hopkins said in the interview that day is also true. Although he is strong and his fists are fierce, which is a great advantage in the super middleweight field, there are many boxers with more than 1,000 pounds of fists after rising to the lightweight class. When he meets those strong opponents, Link's fist weight advantage is gone. After Link unified the super middleweight class, he needs to prepare from now on to continue to attack the light heavyweight, junior heavyweight, and heavyweight gold sovereignty. Bang bang bang. Link continued to swing his fists and hit the fist shield hard. Hey, Link, do I feel better when I practice boxing? Mario put down the fist shield and said with a smile. Be careful, don't talk during training. Link continued to punch Mario's fist shield in both hands. This target is movable, and the effect of fighting is better. Haha, I said I'm the best sparring partner, morals. Bang. Before Mario could finish, Link's fist broke through the fist shield and hit him in the forehead. Mario fell back stupidly, lying on his back on the ring with his eyes dull. Morales shook his head and asked someone to drag Mario off. He went on stage, picked up the fist shield, and continued to train with Link. Mario came here voluntarily, saying that he wanted to come to New York to continue to be Link's trainer. Coach West said that Mario had made significant progress recently and was going to switch to professional boxing next year, so he asked Link to take him with him. Coach West and Mario were a little related, so Link didn't refuse. Since Mario was here, he didn't have to be responsible for food, clothing, housing and transportation, and it was a good idea to have an extra mobile boxing target. Hey, Link, wait for me. After the afternoon training, Link was walking out with his bag on his back. Dinosaur ran over from the aisle, panting, and put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Come on, I bought 2 bicycles, and I'll give you one. Will you take me here?" Link shook off the arm on his shoulder and continued to walk forward. Haha, guess how much I made from the bets on the last match? Dino asked excitedly. 10 million. Not that much, 870,000 per sentence. So little. Guess how much I made? You bet too? How much? Dino asked curiously. A little more than you. Link chuckled. Before, he would bet on himself to win within 100 seconds in every match. Not much, 100,000 per match. except for the last match, where he lost 100,000. He won the previous matches and made about 1 million from the bets. In addition to the 200,000 bonus for the Intercontinental Boxing Champion and the 800,000 bonus for the World Boxing Champion, which are awards donated by the WBA Association, and the internal rewards of Dynasty Promotion. According to the contract, the Intercontinental Boxing Champion will get 200,000 each and the World Boxing Champion will get 1 million. He made more than 3 million in the early stages of this match. You are amazing. Next time you play a game, how do you plan to win? In which round do you win? Remember to inform me in advance. We will make a lot of money together. Dino shouted while waving his tattooed arms. When they arrived at the parking lot, Dino wanted to take him to the building, but Link refused. He had buildings and buildings, but he was not interested in playing with them. Now he was more interested in the luxury houses in New York, Miami, and Los Angeles. After he came to New York, he wanted to buy a luxury house near Central Park as a temporary base. He found a real estate manager and asked him. The starting price of apartments and villas with good locations and good environment was more than 10 million, and the price of luxurious ones was tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. His place was still a long way from the luxury houses in New York, so he needed to work hard. Ding ling ling. Before the car returned home, the phone vibrated in his pocket. It was Selena's call. Before he could greet her, he heard Selena quickly say, "Is this you? Tell me quickly, is this you?" Selena's voice on the phone was very urgent and excited. Link looked to the left and didn't see Selena. "I'm downstairs of my apartment. Where did you see me?" The video was a YouTube video. "Wasn't that handsome guy dancing on the beach you? It must be you. How looks exactly the same. How can you sing? Aren't you a boxer?" As soon as he answered, Selena's little mouth crackled with a lot of chatter. Link thought she could be a rapper. Can't boxers sing? Ali, Tyson, Mayweather, they all released records. Ali was even nominated for a Grammy. Is it strange that I can sing? Link put a bag of vegetable beef into the elevator. When the elevator door was about to close, Leonardo came in from the lobby. He clamped his phone on his shoulder and opened the elevator door. Leonardo said thank you and walked into the elevator. "But how can you sing so well? And who is the original singer of that song? There is no record store, no internet, and Spanish and South American netizens also said they have never heard of it. Where did you hear it from? Can you lend me the record of that song to listen to?" "Sure." The studio version of that song has been uploaded to the iTunes Music Store and Amazon Digital Music Store. You can search for Despacito on both platforms to listen. If you want to buy the single record of this song, you have to wait for a while. The record is being recorded. I will give you a copy after it is available. Despacito? Okay, I'll try. Click. Her call came in very urgently, and she hung up very quickly. Link picked up the phone and nodded to Leonardo. "Girlfriend?" Leonardo was wearing a shirt and tie, and he smelled of alcohol, as if he had just returned from a cocktail party. "My sister," Link replied. Leonardo said oh, and kept jumping the floor number. Said, "I heard that you won the World Boxing Champion gold belt. Congratulations." "Thank you. Haven't you been out filming recently?" "No, I filmed 3 movies with lighting last year. I'm tired and ready to take a break." Leonardo Anthony put his hands in his pockets and shrugged. "Not bad. Let's play tennis together when we have time. I saw there is a tennis court next door." "Well, good." On the 7th floor, Leonardo said goodbye and walked out of the elevator. Link packed his bags and went home. He sorted the meat, poultry, eggs, milk, vegetables, and fruits into categories and put them in the refrigerator compartment. Before he could sort them out, he heard the phone on the table outside ringing non-stop. He came out of the phone while chewing a green apple. Sure enough, it was Selena's voice. She screamed like a groundhog, and Despacito was playing in the background. "Did your finger get caught in the door?" Link asked. "Link, how could it be your voice? How could you be the original singer? Tell me quickly." "This is not true," Selena asked excitedly. "My song is not my voice." "Then whose voice is it?" Link laughed. "Your song? You are the original singer? How is this possible? Wait, why are the information of the songwriter and singer all yours? Don't tell me that this song was written by you. Who else do you think it is? Selena took a few breaths and asked in a crisp voice, Link, is it really you who wrote the song and the score as well? It's me. Wow, you're awesome. Link, you're my idol. I'm going to tell the owner that this song is my brother's new song. It's awesome. Link, I'll come see you tomorrow. I want you to sign for me. Selena shouted excitedly, and you could hear her stamping her feet. Before she hung up, Catherine took the phone and asked a few questions. Link briefly talked about recording in Miami, registering the copyright, and publishing it to the iTunes Music Store. There was also the video of the singing and dancing, which was edited by Simon Curtis 3 days ago and posted on YouTube using his account. There was no promotion on the first day, but it received more than 30,000 hits. Last night, NBC Entertainment News and Fox Evening Entertainment News, as well as several entertainment newspapers, reported the video of world boxing champion Link and Miss Thompson dancing closely on Miami Beach's news, speculating that the two might be dating. This video has been viewed more than 1 million times and received more than 50,000 comments. It instantly became the most viewed video on YouTube recently, with more hits than the video of Justin Bieber, a 14-year-old Canadian singer, covering the song of NSYNC. Catherine reminded him that there are many paparazzi in New York, so be careful when taking Annie home for the night. In case of an emergency, you can call the police, but don't do it. Link said he understood. After hanging up the phone, Link turned on his computer and browsed YouTube videos. His video had been viewed over 2 million times. Many people in the comments section were asking who the original singer was and whether there was any god who could translate the lyrics into English. Is there a high definition version of the MV? Some people also lamented that Link was so handsome, Ivica had a sexy figure, and that the fat guy was so funny. There were also some replies below, which were links to the song Despacito on iTunes and Amazon Music Store. Some netizens also returned from the music mall, saying that the original singer and songwriter of the song are all world boxing champion Link Baker, which is too explosive. Many netizens expressed disbelief. How could a boxer like Link write a song? Someone on the original singer's website posted the copyright information registered by Link, and everyone exclaimed that the world boxing champion is too talented, and his cross-border level is too high. He is a king bomb as soon as he makes a move, leaving no room for singers. Many netizens also expressed doubts. Link, a boxer, also writes songs? It is speculated that this song may have been bought by Link. Many celebrities do this. Some people also refuted that such a beautiful song will become popular whoever sings it. The internet is very lively. Link ate an apple while reading the comments, secretly sighing that Despacito is worthy of being the #1 song on YouTube in the future. Even if it was released 10 years in advance, the effect is still explosive. Chapter 107 Daily Life of Cohabitation. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Link got up and opened the door. Taylor was standing at the door, carrying a guitar on her back. Her arms were filled with drinks. She was shouting, quickly take it. I bought it at the supermarket. Why did you buy so much again? Link took the things in her hand and said, I have finished recording the songs in the album Huongia. I have no other plans for the next period of time, so I can stay here and teach you to play the guitar. Then can we live together? Don't you want to? Taylor blinked her blue fox eyes with a blush on her cheeks. Of course I do. Link bent down and kissed her, and Taylor hooked his shoulder and returned him 3 times. Link dropped a bag, put his arms around her slender waist and hips, leaned against the wall, and gave her a long arm-to-arm kiss. When you kiss me with clever techniques, I feel that you are gently teasing me. Step by step, gentle and more gentle. Despacito. The video of Despacito was still playing on the computer in the living room. It was played 3 times. The 2 actors returned to the living room from the entrance. Link took full advantage of his strength and carried the sofa back to it with both the person and the things. You haven't seen this video. How was my singing? The singing is not bad, but you play the guitar very fast. Taylor leaned against the pillow with a flushed face, biting his rosy lower lip, looking at the video with disgust, and said, this is not my fault. At first, there was a guitar master who said she would teach me, but she left before she finished teaching. If there is a reporter, when I interview him, I will tell him that it is because I met an irresponsible guitar teacher. Link joked. No, I was wrong. Taylor straightened his waist, knelt on the sofa, and kissed him again, and said affectionately, I will teach you seriously these days, okay? I promise to teach you to be a guitar master. Okay, this is what you said. Link bent down and kissed her forehead, then took her to the kitchen to cook dinner. The ingredients Taylor brought included Boston prawns and abalone, which needed to be eaten quickly, so he prepared to stew a pot of tom yum goong seafood soup to nourish Taylor. In addition to recording the single Dream It Possible these days, she is also recording her second album Fearless. She has a lot of work arrangements and needs more nourishment. While she was cooking, Taylor walked in with a laptop. After taking off her skirt, she was only wearing a loose blue cotton t-shirt and grey wide legs, paired with a ponytail and fluffy bangs, looking simple and comfortable. Taylor sat on the counter and asked him, did you really write this song? I know the songs you write are very nice, but less than a month has passed. How did you write such a nice song again? Maybe it's because I'm better. Link smiled while cutting vegetables. Taylor snorted and chased him in pretended anger. It's not fair. It's so unfair. I want to write songs. My brain is almost broken, but the songs I wrote are still not as good as yours. Why? You are a boxer. How can you write such a good song? You are too modest. Your song praises you. Link cut a piece of shrimp just out of the pot and handed it to her mouth. Taylor bit his finger and said while eating the shrimp, I know my songs are great, but I'm a professional composer. What? The songs I like are better. I know that. The emotion and melody of your first song sounded, and the rhythm of the second song is super good. When the music sounded, people couldn't help but twist their bodies. You are amazing, Link. You must be a musical genius. Maybe. Link smiled. Taylor leaned over and said, Link, you are the world boxing champion now. No one can beat you. How about you change your career and make music together? After you have received professional training, you may be able to write more beautiful songs. Wow, maybe you will become a music master like Beethoven, Mozart, and Chopin in the future. Hearing Taylor mention Chopin and Beethoven, Link almost cut off his fingers. This is too difficult for me, he said helplessly. Don't give me any random ideas. I'm a boxer. My goal is to become a legendary boxing champion. How can I change my career if I haven't achieved this goal before? After becoming the world boxing champion, his appearance fee for each game is at least 1 million. In the future, his appearance fee will be higher, exceeding 10 million, 100 million, or even more. It can be called a breathing money printing machine. It doesn't take a brain hole to change careers at this time. But don't you think it's cooler to be a great musician than a legendary boxing champion? Taylor said, kicking his feet. Don't you think Michael Jackson is great? Is he really a great artist? Strictly speaking, not really, because the times have changed and people's pursuit of art has changed a lot. It is impossible for people like Beethoven and Chopin to appear now and in the future. In addition, you don't have a possibility. The reason why I can come up with this song is because I have never studied music. Maybe I can't write it after I have studied it. Link shrugged his upper shoulders. Taylor blinked and thought for a while. Okay, I can't refute you for the time being, but you are talented. How can you not know a little music theory? If a piece of music suddenly appears in your mind, it would be a waste if you can't show it. How about this? Since you are the genius I buried, I will be responsible for teaching you. I think you should not only learn guitar, but also piano. How about we buy a piano? Please spare me, Miss Swift. My fingers are almost broken when I practice guitar. I will die if I practice piano, Link said with trembling stiff fingers. Taylor sneered, grabbed his palm and said, no, piano is very simple, easier than guitar. You have a good talent. Maybe it only takes a few months to learn it. Believe me, I will be a very good piano teacher. Link naturally didn't believe that piano was easier than guitar, nor did he believe that Taylor, who liked to use his fists, would be a patient teacher. If Taylor was willing to teach, he would try to learn it. After becoming the world boxing champion, he would have a lot of free time besides training every day, and he could also cultivate some interests and hobbies. That's it. Taylor snapped his fingers and said happily. Link continued to cook. She turned on Despacito again, sat on the counter, and watched it for a while commenting on the people in the video. Link danced well. and had a good sense of rhythm, and said that Mario's shaking chest and belly was very interesting, and that James's fat was shaking all over his body when he danced, which was very funny. Commented on the characters again and again, except Evica. Hey, Link, who is this aunt? She has big breasts. She must have been married and had children, right? Taylor clicked the pause button, pointed at Evica in the video, and asked casually. Link glanced at her and shook his head. Evica Thompson. The match between me and Tyson was organized by Thompson Entertainment. Miss Thompson came to me to discuss the match. When she saw us dancing, she also danced. Taylor blinked her blue fox eyes and looked at him in confusion. I just asked her if she was married. Does it matter if you tell me this? Although we are boyfriend and girlfriend, I accidentally want to interfere in your work. You don't have to explain this. Link looked at her quietly. Taylor looked at him for 2 seconds, chuckled, came over and kissed him on the face, squeezed behind the computer and walked out. Hurry up and cook. I'm hungry. Link shook his head, opened the boiling soup pot, and poured the seafood soup into the soup bowl. Chapter 108. Two women meet. After eating seafood soup, he and Taylor felt warm. Not only was the deliciousness warming their bodies, but their stomachs were also warm, and Taylor's pink cheeks became even more rosy. It was getting dark, and Despacito was still playing on the computer in the living room. He hugged Taylor and swayed slowly to the rhythm of the music. Despacito, I want to use kisses to slowly, so close to fade away. Firmo en las paredes de tu laberinto, draw your mystery on the wall. Y hacer te cupo todo un manuscrito, atmosphere and environment. He followed the instructions in the lyrics and kissed Taylor, ready to carry on the romance to the end. Just after returning to the bedroom, Taylor was too nervous. Her body was tense, her eyes were tightly closed, and the information was piled up into fists, equivalent to a death row prisoner going to the gallows. Link was speechless, so he had to pan Taylor and gently pat her back to help her relax. Then before he could regroup, Taylor leaned in his arms and fell asleep fragrantly, like an octopus clinging to him. The next day, Taylor felt that she had done something wrong to her child. She walked up to him with an apologetic and guilty look on her face. I know, Link, I'm sorry. I won't do this. It's not that I don't want that. I'm just too nervous. Link handed her the hot milk. Are you like this with your ex-boyfriend? Taylor looked at him, lowered her head slightly, and said with her lower lip, we kissed, but it hasn't reached that stage yet. She raised her head again and looked at Link nervously. Don't you think I'm not cool? There are many boys in school who pursue me, but I prefer music, and I'm not interested in their topics, so we can't chat together. Link was a little surprised. Can Taylor be so immature at the age of 19? He touched Taylor's hot face and said, of course not. You are the coolest girl I have ever seen, and you are cool like this now. Really? Taylor looked up at him, seeming to care about his thoughts. Of course, I'm the uncool one. I'm your boyfriend, and I understand your situation. This is my responsibility. Believe me, I'll do better next time. No, you're the coolest. I won't do that again next time. Taylor leaned on his shoulder, spread her arms, and gave him a good morning kiss. Link hugged her and sat on the counter. The head had breakfast for almost an hour. Because he had a good time, he didn't think it was a waste of time. Because he thought of Taylor, Link only trained for 6 hours at the training ground that day and was ready to go home, which surprised several sparring partners at the training ground. Link, haven't you practiced before? You used to train for more than 8 hours a day, but today you can't practice for only 6 hours? Mario looked at him in surprise. Yes, I have something else to do. You guys continue to train. Link put the towel on his shoulders and walked into the locker room. Mario looked at his back and sighed. The thing West didn't want to see the most has happened. What does Coach West not want to see? Morales asked. Mario curled his lips. Coach West is worried that after Link gets the gold medal, he will become listless and start eating, drinking and having fun, and then be defeated by the challenger in the boxing championship challenge, and then lose the gold medal, and become an ordinary person. West said all this nonsense. Although Link has finished his training time, his training volume today has not decreased. It is still 2 or 3 times that of others. How can this be considered depressing? If Coach Brooks heard that Link left the field early today, he would definitely applaud happily. Morales also took off his gloves and walked off the boxing ring. Fallen. Mario waved his fist and continued to hit the sandbag. After his job change, he strived to get a gold belt. After getting the gold belt, maybe Link was secretly defeated and became an ordinary boxer. He has the right to decide to let Link and Morales be his sparring partners. Link drove back home and pressed the doorbell twice. A burst of brisk footsteps sounded in the house. The door was opened with a click, and a slender girl appeared at the door. She had a chubby little round face, big eyes, and was wearing a blue printed bottoms. She had a fluffy braid draped over her shoulders, which was pretty and cute. She was obviously Selena. Before he could say hello, Selena closed the door with her backhand, pulled him in the aisle, pointed to the room and asked softly, "How could she be one of your girlfriends?" Link smiled lightly. "How was your chat? Is she really your girlfriend?" "Yes." "What's wrong?" Link saw that she was a little confused and asked doubtfully. In Taylor's friend list, Selena should be ranked very high. Every time Taylor encountered a wave of black waves and online exposure, Selena was one of the first friends to stand up and publicly support her. In Taylor's documentary Miss Americana, Selena was also one of the few friends who appeared on the screen. Link thought that the two of them should have a pleasant chat when sitting together, but Selena frowned and was not as happy as he imagined, which made him a little confused. "I've seen the scandal between you and Emma Watson, and I thought you would prefer petite girls." Selena frowned. "No, I don't have strict requirements on the height of girls." Link smiled. "Well, how could this happen?" "Today at noon, she said she was going to Link and called Link in advance. Link asked her to come first because someone was training at home. She knew Link was there and was curious about who was at home. She ran over with curiosity and knocked on the door. When the door opened, she saw a familiar face. It was the brain fan of Link who was fooled by her at the Havana qualifier. Afterwards, she saw the report about that girl in the news again and learned that her name was Taylor Swift. She is currently the most popular female country music singer in the music industry. She has released a country music album with global sales of more than 2 million copies and ranked 19th on the US Billboard 200 album chart. Several singles have also been in the top 20 of the Billboard. This year, she was nominated for the Grammy Best New Artist Award. Seeing these news, she realized that the other party was also in the circle. Because she had not met the other party in real life, she felt embarrassed, but today, as soon as she opened the door, she saw Taylor again. At that time, she wanted to escape. When the other party saw her, he remembered what happened in the audience that day and greeted her enthusiastically, saying that he knew she was Link's sister and had read their report in the newspaper. She also claimed to be Link's girlfriend. Selena couldn't believe it. How could she be Link's girlfriend? She was so tall. What if she liked to hit her head after becoming a relative? She waited for Link to come back and confirm with a little bit of survival. Now that it was confirmed, she would be the shortest one in the family in the future. She would be bullied by them frequently, which would probably make her very sad. "Are you performing pantomime?" Link saw her twisting her eyebrows, her cute facial expressions constantly changing, and her eyes were funny. "Huh. I don't want to talk anymore." Selena rolled her eyes and walked back heavily on the floor. When she reached the door, she pulled the door handle and found that the door was closed by her. Her face turned red and she pointed at the door as if nothing had happened. She agreed and opened the door with the key. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 109, on the bulletin board. In the hall, Taylor sat on the sofa, holding a wooden guitar in his arms, playing the tune of Despacito. Seeing the other party return to the small hall, he pressed the strings. "Are you guys okay?" Selena said, "You are so tall, she envies you." Link smiled with his back to his back. Selena puffed up her face and glared at him. She wanted to cover his mouth, but she couldn't cover it with her hand. "Envy me?" Taylor looked at Selena in surprise and smiled. "It should be me who envies. Why do you envy me? Do you think it's good to be tall? Is it bad?" Selena sat next to Taylor. No, I used to be a fat girl in school. Taylor stopped and glanced at Link. Girls chat. Boys please leave. Link shrugged and went to the kitchen to make something for each other. Taylor told Selena about her school life. She used to be a little fat, a little hunched, and often walked around the school with a big guitar on her back. Everyone called her a weird girl. No one wanted to talk to her, and no one invited her to sit down when she had lunch at school. She had almost no friends. It's not good to be too tall, Selena. I envy girls like you the most. You have a good figure and are beautiful and pretty, like a princess in a fairy tale. Girls like you must be very popular at home and at school, right? Taylor said enviously, touching her fluffy braids. Selena blinked her big eyes and imagined that she was the only daughter in the family and was spoiled by her aunt. She was indeed very favored at home. It was the same in school. Because she was beautiful, boys liked her performance and wanted to date her. She was also the dance queen of the school and a celebrity. Obviously, she was not ignored by most people. Thinking of this, she felt that she was really amazing and became more and more affectionate to Taylor. Are we good sisters again? Link came out with a plate of fruit and cut the plate. Like good sisters, they gathered together and laughed. I couldn't help but feel that the relationship between girls grew really fast. Huh. Link, you'd better not bully Taylor, otherwise Taylor and I will beat you together. Selena clenched her little fist and threatened him. I see, you are a group. Link smiled softly, sat down and listened to the conversation, and then learned to play guitar with each other. Selena is also a singer, and she plays guitar twice. Although she is not as good as Taylor, she is much better than Link, and she can play well with a guitar on her back. So when Link was learning, Selena would follow Link as a student, ask Taylor for advice, and then follow Taylor as a teacher, criticizing Link for being too stupid, saying that people who play with their toes can play better than him. The New York Steinway piano store sent a car to deliver the grand piano he ordered in the afternoon, and he learned piano from Taylor again. When he was immersed in the ocean of music, the number of views of Despacito on the YouTube video website successfully exceeded 5 million, becoming the most viewed video on YouTube this month, and the fastest video to exceed 5 million views this year, in 4 days and 8 hours. In the iTunes Music Store and Amazon Digital Music Store, the number of people who listened to the song reached 1.82 million, and 127,418 users chose to pay to download the song, which immediately reached the 87th place on the Billboard streaming chart and the 92nd place on the digital music download chart. There are more and more discussions about the song Despacito in the media and on the internet. MTV Music Television Network, Los Angeles Times, New York Song News, American Express and other large media have reported on this song. Professional media such as Billboard focused on this song, commenting on the style and rhythm of this Latin song. Positive comments accounted for more than 90%, believing that the song has a strong sense of rhythm and can stimulate dancing nerves. It is a rare and popular boutique in Latin music. As for the evaluation of Link, only 70% of the comments were positive. First of all, it was believed that he had a good voice, great potential, and a good image, but there were prominent problems and he needed to be sculpted. The New York Post and other entertainment newspapers reported the news that the world boxing champion Link and Miss Thompson were dancing on Miami Beach. Frankly speaking, it was a rumor. Link is a newly crowned world boxing champion, an Olympic champion, a multimillionaire, a representative of the American dream, and an inspirational idol. Miss Thompson is the daughter of a billionaire, an American socialite, and a frequent guest on reality shows. Her popularity is one level higher than that of Link, who has just become popular. They are all celebrities, and their gossip is naturally very popular among the melon-eating crowd. In addition, the media is still hyping it up a little bit. The poor boy Link has gained fame and fortune through his own continuous efforts, and has also hooked up with the rich girl Miss Thompson. He can be called the protagonist of a salted fish turning over, an enhanced version of the American dream. The Los Angeles Times said that Link's story is more exciting than Hollywood movies, and they look forward to the release of his related movies. Seeing these messy news, Link called Diva Cab and asked if he wanted to come out to gossip. Ivica said that he would not make a public explanation for the time being, and that he could promote his boxing match with Tyson in the future through hearing the news. It is very beneficial to him and Thompson Entertainment. Link did not object. However, a reporter from USA Today interviewed Mr. Thompson at a public event and asked him if he knew that Link and Ivica were debating. Mr. Thompson said he didn't know. The reporter asked him again if they cared about each other, would he interfere? Mr. Thompson said no generously, saying that he liked Link very much. Then the media hyped that Link had been recognized by Mr. Thompson and had the opportunity to marry into the Thompson family. Link smiled when he saw the news. If he didn't know what kind of person Mr. Thompson was, he would have believed that Ivica would marry a rich man in the future. With the help of media hype, the number of hits on the dance video on YouTube increased, and the number of downloads of Despacito on the same music store also increased. It also became a song that a group of radio stations often played. It is said that in areas with a large Latino population such as Florida, Texas, and California, this song has become popular in various bars and nightclubs, and can often be heard on the streets. At the end of October, the song successfully ranked third on the American Latin Songs chart, and Despacito also debuted on the Billboard Top 100 Singles chart at number 88. Billboard magazine called this song a miracle in the world music scene. It was the first Latin song that entered the US Billboard Hot 100 in just 10 days without any special promotion. It was only through online channels. During this period of popularity, many American record companies also extended olive branches to Link, hoping to cooperate with him and help him release records. His song was able to be on the Billboard without any promotion. If there was a professional team to promote and market it, it would have a great chance to top the Latin song chart and enter the top 20 on the Billboard Hot 100 Singles chart, or even higher. After Despacito became a big hit, Link also thought about whether to sign a contract with a record company. Being a singer would waste time and affect subsequent training, which might lead to his leading status. However, being a singer has many benefits. Singers have a greater influence than actors and boxers. Most of the most influential entertainment stars in the world are singers who become star singers and gain fame bonuses, and their appearance fees for boxing matches will be higher in the future. Being able to make more money can also make your position in the boxing world more stable. After comprehensive consideration, Link decided to talk to the record company about cooperation. Chapter 110, The Fourth Company. Link, you are so popular now. Many record company agents have found me and want to discuss signing with you. Take a look at these. Do you have any record companies that you like? At noon, when he was lifting a barbell in the equipment area, Simon came up with a stack of documents. During this period, he was still training in the boxing ring. When Taylor or Selena were free, he would learn guitar and piano with them. All matters related to songs were handled by Simon. Simon was just a boxing agent and was not good at music. Link raised the barbell in his hand, sat up and wiped the sweat with a towel. Can't we release it ourselves? Dynasty Promotion Company has a publicity and distribution department and has certain release capabilities. It's not bad in Florida and Miami, but in America, we have very limited channels and manpower to sell music to the whole United States and even the entire America and Latin-speaking regions. In addition, Dynasty Promotion is a sports company and has no experience in promoting and distributing music. The operation cost is too high, which is equivalent to people with similar majors. Simon said. Link nodded. It's okay to dig out professionals for professional matters. He opened a few documents and took a look. At present, there are more than 30 record companies that have contacted him, including Universal Music, Sony Records, RCA Records, Hollywood Records, Sony Music Records, and many small record companies, including Big Machine Records where Taylor is. There are only sole divisions in terms of song album sensations, various packages for promoting songs, such as Hollywood Records said to give him a B-level singer package, launching no less than 2 million images in album release promotion, and holding concerts around the world in the future. Link didn't understand these things, and he didn't know which company had better conditions. Simon was also an outsider, so he called Catherine and Taylor to ask for other people's opinions. Catherine told him that big and small companies have their own advantages and disadvantages. Big companies have wide channels and strong distribution capabilities, but they have launched many artists, limited resources, fierce competition, and few radio marathons. Although small companies have limited resource channels, if they can become the leading singer and be promoted by the company, it is much better than joining a big company. Taylor directly advised him to join Big Machine Records and fight in the music scene. Naturally, Link would not agree to her. Big Machine was founded in 2005 with a registered capital of less than 50,000 yuan. There were too few resource channels. It was difficult for Taylor to promote and package alone, let alone two people. If he joined Big Machine, the company's resources would be even tighter. Even if he didn't want to compete with Taylor, his brother's team would secretly compete with him, which would inevitably affect the relative, which was not the result Link wanted. In addition, Scott, the boss of Big Machine, was not a good person. After Taylor's contract with Big Machine Records expired in 2017, he announced that he would not renew the contract. Scott was very angry and gave the copyright of her first 6 albums to the person Taylor hated the most, Justin Bieber and Kanye's agent, another guy named Scott, without telling Taylor. After the sale, Taylor was not allowed to sing the songs she wrote publicly. This incident caused a big stir on the internet last year. Taylor had a war of words with Justin, Kanye, Scott and others on Instagram, which caused a shock in the European and American music scene. Link also ate a few melons that year and knew a little about this matter, so he would not join Big Machine. He was also ready to find a way to let Taylor terminate the contract with Big Machine in advance. Don't try to persuade me. Big Machine Records is a new company. It's already struggling to operate with just one singer like you. If you add me, it will be running at full capacity, which will affect your development in the future. That's not good. If you don't believe me, ask Mrs. Andrea. She must know the situation better than me. Oh, how did you know my mother was next to you? Taylor laughed. I guessed. You guessed right. My mother said that if you are a new singer and just release a few singles occasionally for fun, joining Big Machine Records is a good choice. But your fame is unique, and your first single has not yet been officially listed on the Billboard. You have great potential, and the Big Machine Records platform is too small for you. Yes, it was released. Mrs. Andrea is right. It would be more appropriate for me to choose other companies, but I still have a few questions to consult you. Link asked a few more professional questions, such as the photo marathon, the ownership of the album copyright, and the streaming media income marathon after signing. Taylor told him that according to the contract between the singer and the record company, the singer's own photos can be divided into 20% to 40% for each album. The songwriter and producer and other main creative personnel share 5%, and the rest belongs to the record company. Even if the song is created by an individual, the record company is also involved in the song production and MV shooting process, which is actually a joint creation, so the copyright basically belongs to the company, and the singer only owns part of the copyright. Unless you are an independent musician, you can own the copyright of all albums, and get all the photos by yourself. Independent musicians are mostly musicians who have advantages, or have been famous for a long time. They have strong creative ability and a fixed fan base. They don't need the support of record companies to sell albums. This road looks cool, but it is only suitable for those famous singers, not for newcomers. After listening to Taylor's words, Link felt that he was more suitable to be an independent musician. He was a celebrity with his own traffic. The songs on his hands were basically popular songs. He didn't need the record company to promote more to be big, and he didn't need to give money to others at all. But being an independent musician is actually fighting alone. He has to train every day and doesn't have that much time and energy to manage the company. Tell Taylor your ideas and ask for her advice. Taylor can tell him to find a professional to cooperate with, such as Scott Borchetta, the owner of Big Machine Records, who was once a music producer of the Nashville branch of Universal Music. He left Universal in 2005 and released the album Big Machine. There are many people like Scott. If you look carefully, you can always find a few suitable candidates. You are right. I will consider it. What time can you go home today? Link asked. Do you miss me? Taylor asked sweetly. Yes, I miss you too. I want to go home now, but HUOUNGA is about to be released. I have a lot of work recently. It will take about 7 o'clock today to finish the work. It doesn't matter. Come back early. I will cook and wait for you. After hearing Taylor hang up, Link picked up the phone and thought about who to find for cooperation. Catherine is a suitable candidate. She is a novice and a family member. It is very convenient to cooperate with her. It's just that the current way of getting along between individuals will cause more trouble if they become business partners. But apart from Catherine, he couldn't find anyone. Just when he was hesitating, Ivica called and asked him if he had time to go to Madison Square Garden to watch the boxing match between Holyfield and the Oriental giant Valuv. She had 2 tickets. Link was a little surprised. After returning from Miami, Miss Ivica called him several times, but she only talked to him about the arrangements for the boxing match and rarely discussed personal matters. But this time she took the initiative to invite him to the boxing match. Probably it was a serious matter, so he agreed. Chapter 111 Beauty Date. Without Ivica's invitation, Link Cherry went to watch the match between Evander Holyfield and Oriental beast Nikolai Valuv. Not only him, but also Dino, Narada, Coach Brooks, and the boxers in the training ground all planned to go and see. Because Holyfield was the main event, when the top boxer was launched, Valuv was launched by a professional promotion company, and the match was also jointly promoted and held by a company. It was reported that the prize money for celebrating Christmas was about $5 million. As the WBA boxing champion, Valuv took the lion's share of the appearance fee, and Holyfield's appearance fee was about $700,000 to $1 million, which was more than 20 times less than the appearance fee for his second fight with Tyson in 1997. Despite this, Holyfield was still happy to fight. On the one hand, he also wanted to win the WBA Gold Championship again. If he succeeded, he would become the only boxer in the history of boxing to win the WBA Heavyweight Championship 5 times. In addition, it was heard that Holyfield's investment was also affected by the financial crisis, and there was a large amount of debt, and it was difficult for him to be brothers with Tyson. After the car arrived at Madison Square Garden, Link separated from the people in the boxing ring and went to the second floor of the arena from the east entrance. The luxury box with a good view was very good. Eva was the only one in the box. She had long straight blonde hair, a white turtleneck sweater, and tight straight pants, which showed her tall and curvy figure to the fullest. She stood in front of the panoramic French window with arms spread all over her body. Link said hello, took off his windbreaker, hung it next to Eva's windbreaker, and walked to the French window to watch. The WBO super middleweight competition was being held on the stage as a warm-up match for the heavyweight competition. He knew one of the opponents in the competition, Andre Ward, the gold medalist of the lightweight class at the 2004 Athens Olympics, and the local WBO North American super middleweight intercontinental champion. After many months of competition, the WBO qualifying competition has ended. Texas boxer Esteban Camo defeated many opponents and qualified to challenge Andre Ward. In the second round, Esteban played aggressively, swinging his fists and attacking Andre Ward's head. But Andre's defensive skills were fast and his footwork was very flexible. He fought and retreated at the same time. Each time he retreated, he was just in a position where his opponent could hit him. As long as his opponent attacked, he would immediately dodge. If the opponent did not attack, he would take the initiative to harass him with punches. His fighting style was very clever. In the 3 minutes of the second round, Esteban punched more than 90 times, with a layer of sweat on his body. Andre only punched a few times, but his movements were still very flexible. At the beginning of the third round, Andre continued to harass his opponent and lure Esteban to attack. Until 140 seconds in the third round, Esteban took 2 steps back and took the initiative to distance himself from Andre, wanting to strike. At this time, Andre made his move, following his opponent closely, punching Esteban with both fists continuously, one after another, with 4 sets of combination punches in a row, breaking the opponent's defense and hitting Esteban with a heavy punch, knocking him down, and then quickly getting up, and then being knocked down again by Andre's heavy punch, getting up again, and being knocked down again. After being knocked down 3 times in one round, the referee on the first stand called for an active timeout, demanding the end of the game, and announcing that Andre had successfully defended his title. Clap, clap, clap. There was a burst of warm applause at the scene, and Link also clapped his hands. It must be said that Andre defended his title very well, with great skills, speed, punching weight, and great tactical application. He is a very high-level boxer. Link, the news said that your fighting style is very similar to Andre's, which is a combination of strength and technology. If you fight him, can you win the game within 100 seconds? Ivica turned her head and asked. Yes. Link thought for a while and nodded slightly. At the same time, he thought, if he met Andre Ward, how should he defeat him? The opponent is the gold medalist of the light heavyweight class in the 2004 Athens Olympics. In order to become the world champion, he took the initiative to reduce his weight and changed to the super middleweight class. His punches are rated higher than A+, his technique is A+, his speed is A+, his ring form is A+, his physical strength and ability to withstand blows are not clear at the moment, and overall he is not an opponent for Aragon. If he fights with the opponent now, he has a 50% chance of knocking out the opponent within 100 seconds, based on his punch weight and speed, and the other 50% depends on the opponent's ability to withstand blows and defense. If he delays fighting with the opponent for a few months, and waits for his strength and speed to improve in training, the probability of defeating the opponent within 100 seconds will also increase. So in the face of Ivica's question, he has enough confidence to say yes. Are you so confident? Ivica looked at him and smiled. Link shrugged and joked, you are too strong. I can't afford to be deep at all. HMPH. Ivica glanced at him indifferently and laughed softly. This sentence was originally said by Link to reporters before the final of the Amateur Golden Gloves Championship. After being reported by the media, everyone thought he was a very arrogant person with a strong personality. This style would make some people like him, and some people dislike him. Those who like him became his fans, and those who disliked him would spray him on the internet. But as he became an Olympic champion and WBA super middleweight champion, those who liked him more, and those who disliked him were conquered by his power, and changed their attitudes, and became his die-hard fans. He doesn't mind being hated, as long as he insists on doing his own thing. He believes that one day, these people will be conquered by his performance and turn from haters to fans. Link, you look very humble and gentle in private, but you become arrogant and high profile in public. Is this the personality you set for yourself? Eva looked at him with a smile. It's a portal. Dynasty Promotion is still a small company. Afghanistan has established a foothold in the boxing world. I need to learn how to promote myself. You've done a good job. Few boxers can get such a high subway like you, and a prize money comparable to that of first-line boxers after their debut. Ivica said with a smile. Link smiled. Although he did well, he still had a long way to go to reach Mayweather, De La Hoya, Mayweather, Roy Jones Jr., the Klitschko brothers and others. He needed to continue to work hard. Ivica tapped the blonde girl beside her ear, invited Link to sit down, and poured him a glass of white wine. Link sat opposite her, watching her open the wine and pour it quietly. Ivica is 26 years old this year, at the most attractive period for a woman. She is mature, sexy, intellectual and elegant. She exudes charming charm when she raises her hands and feet. Her smile and frown will make people imagine. There is also her fair skin, peach-like figure, and slender and round long legs. For such a woman, whether in terms of body or identity, it will make men have a strong physiological scene and desire to conquer. But after calming down, he will think of more. Ivica is the daughter of a wealthy family and a New York socialite. She follows the shrewd Mr. Thompson to mingle in some American upper-class societies. Her knowledge and experience far exceed the two of them. She is also a shrewd woman. If she just wanted to exchange body fluids with him, then she suddenly asked him out. Link felt that her purpose was probably not to date, but for something else. Happy New Year, everyone. I wish you all good luck in the year of the dragon. Everything goes well, and everything goes well. I'm taking a day off today, so I'll update twice. Chapter 112 Invitation for Cooperation. Link, take a look. This is the match arrangement between you and Tyson. Ivica took out a document and pushed it over. Link opened it and saw that the match between him and Tyson was scheduled to be held on December 15th at the Temple Plaza Casino in Atlantic City, New Jersey. The casino is famous for its retro buildings such as the Taj Mahal and the pyramids. It has a large interior space and can accommodate 10,000 people. It has also held boxing matches many times and was once one of the famous entertainment venues in Atlantic City. In recent years, Atlantic City's appeal to tourists has declined, and the gap with entertainment cities such as Las Vegas and Los Angeles has widened. The big casino launched by Temple Entertainment has also begun to be deserted. When the financial crisis comes this year, the real estate media will break the news that this casino is going bankrupt. No problem. Link is a boxer, and he doesn't need to look at these things. As long as Evoca discusses with Franco and Tyson, he can follow Simon to participate in the competition. As for how to relax the 10 million prize money, this is a matter between him and Tyson, and Evoca doesn't need to discuss it. So he thinks that Evoca asked him to see the boxing match, not to look at this document. Evoca shook her wine glass and said casually, "Link, when I first heard the song Despacito, I just thought it was nice. It turned out to be so popular. It's been played every day on the radio recently. Even my father has heard it." "Oh, what do you think of it, Mr. Thompson?" Link asked. "My father didn't comment on the song, but just said that you are a very good young man, and he admires you very much. Over the years, I have heard him comment on many young people, and no one has been praised by him several times in a row like you. Haha, it's Milner." "Thank you, Mr. Thompson," Link said, holding up the wine glass. Ivica clinked glasses with him and glanced at him. "Link, many people say you have great potential in music. Have you ever considered signing a contract with a record company and becoming a singer?" Link nodded. "I have considered it. Boxing is a relatively niche sport. It's hard for Afghanistan to promote boxing and itself, but it's hard to rely solely on boxing. I was against becoming an actor, but I'm a boxer, and it's too difficult to find a role that suits me. Singers don't have such high requirements for body shape, and their working hours are more flexible. Several major record companies are in contact with me, and I'm in the process of doing so." Ivica leaned back on the sofa, crossed her long legs, listened to him quietly, and nodded her chin when he finished speaking. "Joining a big record company is good, with lots of resources, and it can help you become famous quickly. Big companies also launch many artists, and the competition for resources is intense. You are a regular singer, and after a song becomes popular, there is no guarantee that subsequent songs will continue to be popular, so their support for you will not be too much, and it will not last too long." Evoca's words are similar to what Catherine said, saying that big companies are like squeezers, and they replace one after another after the squeezer is completed. Except for big star singers with their own traffic, other people are just filling in the numbers after they enter. Link understood this, but he didn't quite understand the purpose of the other party talking about these things. Evoca blinked her charming eyes and curved her eyelashes like hooks. "Link, I think small record companies are more suitable for your development. The best ones are the kind of records that don't have other famous singers, but only yours. After you join the company, they will concentrate all their resources on you alone. You make money and the company also makes money. You have a common interest, and the company dare not give up on you easily." Link looked at Ivica and said, "It sounds great, but there are not many record companies like this. Eva, you entered the entertainment industry earlier than me. Do you have any good recommendations?" Ivica rubbed the wine glass with her fingers and smiled slightly. "What do you think of Thompson Entertainment? Toom Entertainment?" Link raised his sword eyebrows, and the mystery that he had been thinking about for a long time was finally solved. After all, Evoca also came here to talk to his contractor. Yes, Thompson Entertainment mainly operates hotels, casinos, reality shows, models, music and other businesses. We have released albums and photo albums for previous Miss Americas, with a circulation of more than 100,000 copies. We are not unfamiliar with this field." Evoca straightened her hips, raised her fingers, and said confidently like Mr. Thompson, "Link, if you are willing to join Thompson Entertainment Music Company, we will mobilize all the resources of Thompson Entertainment to promote you and your album. I assure you that these investments will not be less than 5 million, and we will strive to make you a first line or even superstar." Link said, "It sounds great, but I don't quite understand. If Thompson Entertainment wants to get involved in the music industry, it would definitely be more appropriate to cooperate with professional singers. Why choose me, an amateur singer, to cooperate with? The reason is simple. My father admires you very much, and I'm optimistic about you too. We all think you have the potential to become a superstar, and we want to train you. Of course, more importantly, you can also help the company create profits. We will win through cooperation and create more brilliant achievements in the music industry together. What do you think?" Ivica looked excited. Link also looked at the other person's face, beautiful eyes, smiling red lips, and felt a little regretful. He thought that he had sung songs and danced with the other person, and they were also serious friends, but he still overestimated his own charm. Ivica didn't think so at all. The other party only saw him as a tool to make money, because he knew that the news of Thompson Entertainment's bankruptcy was true, and Thompson Entertainment would be taken over by billionaire Carl Icahn next year. If he joined Thompson Entertainment at this time, he would only need one album, and he would not be able to help the other company revive, and he would only become the other party in the transaction. This date was indeed a trap, and this woman was not a simple character. "Come on, Evander." Just as he was thinking about how to reject one's proposal, a loud shout came from outside the French window. Link got up and walked to the French window. The match between Holyfield and Valuv began. Holyfield, wearing a red cape, walked to the boxing ring from the East Passage. He was 46 years old, 189 centimeters tall, weighed 214 pounds, and had a strong body. He was pumped and looked like a chimpanzee. But compared with his opponent Valuv, he is much worse. Valuv is 35 years old, 213 centimeters tall, weighs 310 pounds, has a hairy upper body, and looks very similar to the giant in the movie. The two are very different in age, height, and weight, and the media has also promoted it as an unequal duel. The match was hosted by Gilberto Mendoza, chairman of the WBA Association. After the match started, Valuv swung his giant fist and launched a strong attack on Holyfield. Although this guy is huge, his movements are not slow. The 215 centimeters long arms are like the claws of the titan in the game. The limbs are waving and can destroy all nearby life. Due to the large height difference, and because Holyfield is 46 years old and has limited physical strength, it is difficult to KO Valuv. He can only use amazing boxing skills to continuously attack Valuv's chest, abdomen and chin. Who do you think will attack? Ivica stood beside him. Valuv. Holyfield is too old and lacks strength and speed. 10 years earlier, he would have won. Link commented inquiringly. At the beginning, you said you could beat Valuv within 3 rounds. Are you serious? Ivica turned her head and looked at him and asked. The corners of Link's mouth moved during the interview. When the reporter first interviewed him, he criticized those people together. He didn't care whether the opponent was the small Bernard Hopkins or the giant Valuv. He criticized them all. Now he saw the 310-pound giant Valuv with his own eyes. The impact was relatively large, and the opponent's game style was also wild, which was more fierce and faster than expected. He was confident that he could defeat his opponent by score within 12 circles, but the probability of a successful round within 3 circles was extremely small. The score is big, but if I face him, I'm confident that I can beat him within 3 circles. Link said confidently. Ivica looked at him suspiciously, with an inexplicable smile on the corners of her sexy lips. Don't believe it? Link looked at her soul. Ivica shrugged, touched the hair of the trophy and said, the difference in height and weight between you is so amazing. It's hard to believe that you can knock him out within 3 rounds. How about making a bet? In the next 3 years, I will challenge Valuv. In 3 rounds, if I win, you write on a piece of paper 100 times that Link is the most powerful boxer in the world. How about it? What if I win? You can't win, because I can't lose. Link said confidently, while looking at the boxing ring. No, since it's a bet, there must be winners and losers. If I win, you tell 100 people that Ivica is the most beautiful woman in the world, a queen. Do you dare to bet? Evil Link looked at her and smiled, raised her hand, and followed her high five agreement. In the boxing ring, after 12 rounds of hard competition, the game was over, and the referees held each other's arms and stood on the ring, facing the referee. The three gave the same game score, 114, 114, 114, 115, 112, 115. Valuv won the game with a slight difference and successfully defended the WBA heavyweight gold belt. Seeing this score, Link shook the watch. This is the United States. Leo Huo is a famous American boxing champion, and Valuv is the Russian boxing champion. Unless the gap between the two sides is very large, according to normal operations, the boxer in the game should be Leo Huo. It is a routine operation in international competitions to take out a remote boxer in the game, and it does not even count as a sub-rule. This is one of the reasons why many boxers are reluctant to withdraw from the national competition. This time Leo Huo lost, and the points of both sides are still close to this. What happens next will not be too simple. Happy Year of the Dragon. I wish you all good luck and prosperity, and get rich overnight. Chapter 113 Reversal. Link, let's continue the previous topic. Ivica turned her head and looked at him and said, "Join Thompson Entertainment?" "Yes, join Thompson Entertainment. Let's join hands to break into the music scene, and with the strength of our Thompson Entertainment, we will definitely make you a music superstar. Do you agree?" Ivica took a step closer to him, her eyes tightly pinched above him. Link looked at her suddenly and found that she was the same height as him. Ivica wore a set of pointed silver high heels, which made her height more than 5 centimeters higher, which also made her figure even crazier, with long and straight shoulders, a top belly, and another thrilling arc upwards. When he got closer, Link's nose was always lingering with the smell of fragrance. Link shook his head. "Sorry, I refuse." "Why?" Ivica looked at him in confusion. Link picked up the wine glass and shook it, saying, "I'm a serious person. If I want to be a singer, I won't do it for fun. My goal is to become a frequent guest of the Grammy Awards and a superstar with global influence. The goal of Thompson Entertainment is only to make money. Your company cannot promote my growth as an excellent music producer. Joining you is not a good choice." Ivica frowned, condensed her lips and said, "We can hire a few music producers. You know, this is not a difficult task for us at Thompson Entertainment. It's also a good idea, but I have a better idea. Do you want to hear it?" Link raised his wine glass, looked at Ivica and smiled. Ivica looked into his deep eyes, as if she saw a hint of deep greed, which disappeared in the blink of an eye. His eyes became clean and bright again, like a blue sky washed by water. Ivica felt that this man was very dangerous, and instinctively wanted to reject him, but her strong curiosity still made her suppress the idea of rejection, and listen quietly to Link's idea. After a while, Link left the box. Ivica looked at his back, or thought flashed in her eyes, and then her cell phone rang. "Ica, how was your chat with Linkwa?" Mr. Thompson's high-pitched voice came from the microphone. "He refused. You invited him, but he refused." "Yes, I can't convince him." "How is it possible? That guy likes you. How could he refuse your solicitation?" Mr. Thompson shouted abnormally. Ivica shrugged her shoulders, leaned back on the sofa, and crossed her long legs. "Dad, don't forget what the media said about him. He never relied on his fists to play games, but also on his brain. You asked me to invite him to join Thompson Entertainment, just to use the popularity of that song to make Thompson Entertainment's account look better and sell it for a good price. He must have read the relevant reports and would not easily stick to our sinking ship. This kid disappoints me so much. I praised him in public, but he repaid me like this. I will never praise him again in the future." Ivica smiled slightly and said without any intention, "He refused to cooperate with us, which just proves that he is a smart man. Dad, you are right to praise him. Ivica, don't play a prank. Thompson Entertainment has a very delicate hole. I'm about to be driven crazy by the bank. And Carl Yinken, the damn bastard, he only offered 80 million and seemed to want to acquire my Thompson Entertainment company. You should know that my company has invested more than $500 million US. Mr. Thompson cursed again on the phone. Ivica was helpless. In recent years, the expansion of Thompson real estate has been too fast, and many investments need to be borrowed from banks. Now that the financial crisis has come, There are problems with loan mortgages, which has led to problems with many companies launched by Thompson Group, and Thompson Entertainment, which has the biggest problem, is also facing bankruptcy first. Thompson Entertainment is willing to host some matches between Link and Tyson, and also wants to use this method to recover some losses and make more money in the transaction. The same consideration is also used to sign a record contract with Link. Link is very popular, both in the sports world and in the entertainment industry. The sudden popularity of Despacito has undoubtedly taken his fame to a higher level. If he can be signed, he will get the distribution rights of this song, and Thompson Entertainment's account will look better, and there will also be a good asset in the transaction. But Link is unwilling to get on board, and she has no choice. Dad, although Link rejected Thompson Entertainment, he did not reject me. He wants to work together. Evika thought about the suggestion Link made before leaving, and decided to tell her father about it, and ask him to take out some money to sponsor it. Oh, he wants to cooperate with you? How? Link doesn't want to cooperate with big record companies, and small record companies are small in size, which will limit his development, so he wants to collect a record company and make an independent label, but he is busy with training and has no time to manage the company. He invited me to be the president of the record company and also to participate in the investment. This bastard is dreaming. I know what he is thinking. Mr. Thompson said angrily. Dad, isn't this a good idea? Link's songs are very popular, and you will definitely make money by cooperating with him. Evika asked doubtfully. Damn Link, I wanted him to join Thompson Entertainment, but he didn't agree, but instead invited you to join his company. I know he is thinking about you. That beach boy wants to use this method to pursue you, marry our Thompson family, and then inherit our Thompson family industry. He is dreaming. Mr. Thompson scolded. Evika recalled several contacts with Link. He built confidence, was smart and stable, and was much better than those exaggerated airs of cheeballs in the upper class. Dad, he is an Olympic champion and a multimillionaire. If he is willing to marry into our family, wouldn't Goo be a good candidate? Dad, don't get excited. I didn't say I wanted to marry him. I was talking about Tiffany. She is 16 years old this year. Link is a very good candidate. That's impossible. He is a beach boy and a descendant of fishermen. Our Thompson family must not have such a female husband, otherwise we will become a joke in the upper class. But I think it's a very good idea to cooperate with him. Link said that he started writing songs very early. Despacito is just one of them. There are many other good songs in his notes. Dad, can you imagine, if he can create such songs continuously, how much money can his record company make in the future? The Thompson family needs money. If we go bankrupt, it will become a bigger joke, Evika said. Mr. Thompson was silent for a few seconds. He can write so many good songs? I don't believe it. Dad, Link said he never lies. Although he has boasted publicly countless times, he has never failed. He beat Michael Kessler in 101 seconds. It was 100.65 seconds. Dad, let's not argue about these boring things. Since Link is so confident, why don't we try to believe him once? If it is true, it may not be a good investment. Mr. Thompson on the other end of the phone conspired and agreed. He told Evika to be careful of Link. That guy has ill intentions and ulterior motives. A toad wants to eat swan meat. A descendant of a fisherman wants to marry a wealthy New York family. It's wishful thinking. Evika should be careful when contacting him and take safety measures to prevent him from controlling her mentally or physically and forcing her to marry him. Mr. Thompson said he has seen too many such things. After listening to Mr. Thompson's nagging, Evika shook her head helplessly. Her father was good in everything, except that he was too talkative. She put away her phone, stretched her waist, and looked at her reflection in the floor-length mirror. Her exquisite makeup and tall chest made her look much better than ordinary people. If she cooperated with Link, she was confident that she could conquer Link with her wisdom and appearance, instead of being controlled by Link. Chairman Link returned to the audience and happened to meet the people from the main event company leaving the venue. Old Dover and Nora Dover were present, but everyone looked unhappy. Link, where were you just now? Dino shouted. I met an acquaintance and chatted for a while. Link rushed to Old Dover and Nora Dover to say hello. Did you watch the match between Evander and Valuth? From the score, Evander proposed an absolute advantage, but they gave a score of 2 losses and 1 draw. It must be that old guy Bob Arum who was making trouble, Dino said angrily. Link just listened and didn't express any opinions. First, it doesn't matter who gets the WBA Heavyweight Championship belt. Second, in the previous match, although HUO played very actively and hit Valuv more often, he was obviously tired in the second half and did not show an outstanding advantage. So the result of the match is HUO wins, Valuv wins, or the two of them tie, which is acceptable. In this case where the outcome is not obvious, the key to deciding who wins and who loses lies with them and with the promotion companies behind them. Whoever has stronger connections and resources, who gives more, has a higher probability of happening. Although the WBA Association and other boxing organizations have stated that they will remain neutral and ensure fair competition, they are also a profit-making organization. Without breaking the rules, they can also make money by using some sub-rules. This is all normal. Old Duver and the main event company are the beneficiaries of the unspoken rules. However, as Old Duver retired and the main event company declined, the benefits they provided to several major pipeline organizations decreased, and their influence was also the opposite. Strict Promotion is the largest promotion company for boxers. Bob Arum still holds the power of the company and delivers more benefits to some large organizations. The boxers they propose naturally received additional benefits. Crown Match said that old HUO lost to Valuv, but it is better to say that the main event lost to Top Promotion. Shut up. Let's go. Old Duver glared at Dino, nodded at Link, and took the lead to walk forward. Just as they reached the turning point, a group of people came towards them. The leader was Bob Arum, who had a hooked nose, swollen bags under his eyes, and a little bald on his head. He was wearing a black tweed suit and holding a cigar in his hand. He looked very stylish. This man was Bob Arum, who Dino had just scolded. There were 7 or 8 promoters and boxers beside him, including Greg Cohen and Mitri Saliter. Haha, Louis, I heard that you got the subsidy last week. I was planning to visit you in the hospital after the game. It's great to see you here now. Bob Arum greeted Duval enthusiastically. At 20 years old, it's hard for Valuv to win. Humph, if there were no collective competition, Evander would definitely win. Dino said with a curled mouth. Duval glanced at Dino and said to Arum, don't be surprised if you are ignorant. Bob Arum laughed and said he was not surprised. His eyes fell on Link next to Dino, looking at Bob Arum and Duval, the 3 boxing veterans. In the North American professional boxing world, Duval, Donking, and Arum are 3 pillars. The 3 are both partners and competitors. When they worked together, they promoted many classic boxing matches, such as the boxing match African Jungle Drums Ali vs George Foreman, Russian Thrill Ali vs Joe Frazier, the super middleweight 4 Kings boxing match, Tyson and Holyfield's second match, etc., all of which were jointly created and promoted by the 3 of them. Moreover, the 3 of them often dug pits together, trying to destroy their opponents and become the overlords of the American boxing industry. The 3 of them fought for more than 30 years, with wins and losses. In recent years, with the retirement of Old Duver and Donking due to health reasons, Bob Arum has not encountered an opponent in the American boxing arena, which is also one of the important reasons for the strong rise of strict promotions. When Link saw the other party coming, Etiquette also nodded to show respect. Although he did not agree with the other party's business philosophy, the other party did make a great contribution to the promotion of boxing. For ordinary people, the meaning of boxing is not the fairness, justice, racial equality, and cultural fashion that he told Emma Watson, but a way for the lower class to achieve class transition. For example, boxers Pacquiao and Klitschko announced their participation in the presidential election after becoming famous. Especially Pacquiao, who went from being a child laborer sleeping under a bridge to becoming a billionaire and a world boxing champion in 7 weight classes through boxing, and running for president, has a more inspiring life experience than Link. Also because boxing is a road, after becoming a boxer, Link will continue to promote boxing. Let more people pay attention to this sport, let more interests gather together, and this road will become wider and wider, attracting countless people like him and Pacquiao to join. Link, I often hear your name recently. You are a very powerful boxer. Bob Arum laughed. Thank you Mr. Aram for the compliment. Link responded Elizabeth. Link, I heard that your goal is to become Mayweather? Haha, it's a really ambitious goal, but to become Mayweather, it's impossible to rely on fists alone, and the operation of the promotion company is indispensable. I think you should understand this. Yes, but Mayweather is not my goal. Oh. Aram frowned and laughed. Link, what is your goal? Link thought for a while. I'm not sure, but I have a plan to surpass Mayweather within 5 years. Do you think I can do it, Mr. Aram? Surpass Mayweather within 5 years. Everyone at the scene was shocked by his words and looked at him in disbelief. Mayweather has been a professional boxer since 1996. His current record is 39 wins in 39 fights, reaching the world champion level of 4 levels. He is currently the most successful boxer in the boxing world, with an appearance fee of more than 20 million boxings. He is a legend in the boxing world. Link actually wants to surpass him within 5 years. This guy is worthy of being a mouth cannon. Haha, Link, you won't come up with another 5 years and 1000 months, right? Greg Cohen teased. Everyone laughed. Greg was teasing that Link had initially said that he would defeat all super middleweight opponents within 100 seconds, but it took him more than 100 seconds to fight Mikkel. Please wait and see. Link smiled gently, said goodbye to old Duval and Ms. Nora, and drove away from the garden arena. This kid is a talent. Looking at his back, old Duval and Aram suddenly said in unison. They looked at each other, snorted coldly, and walked away with their people. Nora Duval smiled and said, Father, do you want us to acquire Dynasty Promotions? Old Duval thought for a while. Forget it. The main thing is my business. Dynasty Promotions is Franco and Link's business. Let them do it. Thanks to the book friend Yuhua for the reward. I wish you a happy year of the dragon and peace every year. Chapter 114 Link Music. After buying a box of fresh Swiss matzo steak and raw ham from Walmart next door, Link went home and cooked 4 dishes and a soup. Just as he was about to send a message to Taylor to ask when she would be home, he heard the sound of unlocking the door. Guitar Case walked in with a golden ponytail and a white color block jacket, and walked in lazily. It smells good. What delicious food did you make? Taylor hung up her skirt, walked into the kitchen, and kissed him on the face. Matzo steak pigeon soup. It's my first time making it. You can try it later and give me some comments. Link opened the steamer and a delicious exotic atmosphere bloomed. Pigeon? Are they pigeons from Times Square? Maybe. Do you want to eat them? Of course I do. When I played guitar in the square, pigeons often defecated on my guitar case. I have always wanted to taste them. Taylor said, waving his fist. Link smiled and served her a big bowl of soup. Because the pigeon meat was too tender and stewed for a long time, the meat was almost completely rotten. The delicious soup and a little matzo steak ham cubes made the taste good. Every time Taylor took a sip, he would praise Link, saying that his cooking skills were no worse than those of the chefs in Michelin restaurants. If he opened a restaurant on 5th Avenue, he would definitely make $1 million a year. Link knew his cooking skills and would not be flattered by her, otherwise he would really become a house husband. How is the preparation for the second album? Link asked. It has been scheduled to be released in the middle of next month. Today, I was in the studio shooting the album cover and promotional posters. I was posing for a whole day, and I was almost exhausted. Taylor lay on the table, supporting his face with one hand and drinking soup with the other hand. He felt soft all over. Take a bath after eating, and I'll give you a full body massage. Okay. Hearing about the massage, Taylor immediately perked up and ate faster. The day after Link and Evika chatted, Evika called and expressed her willingness to cooperate with him, but the premise was that she wanted to see the songs he had, not that they were really as good as she said. Link didn't mind, and he played and sang in the lively guitar, recorded 2 short audio clips of new songs, and sent them to Evika. In less than half an hour, Evika called. After discussion, Link invested $3 million and Evika invested $2 million to jointly acquire a small record company, renamed Link Records, to release Despacito and Link's future new songs. In order to ensure the quality of the record, Evika poached a gold medal music producer and 3 managers from the 5 major record companies through a headhunting company. The producer's name is Graham Goodall, 45 years old, Jamaican American. He graduated from Columbia University with a master's degree in music management. He used to be a singer and also worked as a record producer for famous bands such as U2 and Bon Jovi. He has worked at Sony Records for 12 years and has rich work experience. After linking the music, his basic annual salary is $500,000, and he also gets 3% of the album producer's dividend. The other 3 chefs are not worse than him, with an annual salary of more than $300,000 and 3% of the company's stock dividend. After meeting these people, Link felt that it was right to find Ivica to cooperate. The other party has been in the business world for many years, and with the guidance of Old Thompson, her skills and eyesight are much better than his. If you make yourself a person, it is absolutely impossible to find these elite talents in a short time. In addition to these 4 people, Link also took a back door and invited Selena's mother, Ms. Mandy Gomez, to be his singer agent. Mandy also served as the agent of 2 Selenas. Later, she followed her husband Adam Gomez to report a fashion chain store. After 7 or 8 years, she made some money. Unfortunately, the financial crisis hit, and the business of the fashion chain store was also affected, from 15 stores at the peak to the lowest 3 stores this year. Ms. Mandy is ready to go back to her old job and continue to be an artist agent. After Link learned about her situation, he invited her to be his agent, and Ms. Mandy readily agreed. Link, you ask my mother to be your agent. Do you know what this means? Selena said with her hands in her pockets in the recording studio, smiling. What? Asking for trouble. Selena finally caught a glimpse of her mother, and Catherine pulled Link's arm, leaned close to his ear and whispered, I'll tell you in secret, my mother is as fierce as your mother. When I was in the 4th grade, I secretly drank a cocktail once. When she found out, she scolded me for a long time and almost beat me up. You're asking her to be your agent. You're asking for trouble. You were scolded by your mother once 6 or 7 years ago. Do you remember it now? Of course, my memory is better now. Selena raised her chin and snorted proudly. It's not that you have a good memory, it's that you've been scolded too little. Link smiled lightly, said hello to Catherine, who had just arrived, and walked into the recording studio to continue recording Despacito. The last version recorded in the recording studio had some problems in the soundtrack and mixing because of the tight time, and the temporary producer was not professional enough. After the record company was established, Green Goodall led the creative team to modify and improve the mixing, and professional Link produced a more refined version. Go see Sabes Kialivo Ratomer and Otengo Balakan to go in the recording studio. Link put on headphones and microphones, recording seriously into the microphone, and producer Green Goodall stood at the console, listening to Link's voice, and making adjustments from time to time. Outside the glass, Miss Mandy looked at Link, who was being sung, and smiled at Catherine. It's really hard to imagine that someone like him would be a world boxing champion. Catherine also looked at Link without blinking. When I first heard that he was participating in a boxing match and won the Golden Gloves championship, I was more surprised than anyone else. When I saw him before, he was so rebellious, retrograde, reckless, and idle. I thought he was completely hopeless. But now he is better than any of his peers. Maybe boxing can really change a person. Why don't I practice boxing too? Selena said, leaning her little round face in the middle. Ms. Mandy pushed her forehead and continued, Link is too good. The only thing I'm more worried about is that he will learn a lot of bad things. In the entertainment industry, some people become famous at a young age, but because of lack of self-control, they get infected with some bad habits and their careers begin to go downhill. I'm worried that Link's chromosomes are like this. Don't worry, Link doesn't smoke or drink, and he doesn't take drugs. He does fitness training every day. Basically, there is no harm. Moreover, he is more stable than his peers, and has a strong will. He won't learn bad things. Catherine said. Catherine, what you said is a bit absolute. Selena leaned over and said, don't forget that Link is a playboy. He admitted it himself. Catherine thought for a while and said to Mandy, Link is still young and more playful. You should help him catch more in the past. When he meets women with ulterior motives, remember to remind him not to be deceived. Ms. Mandy nodded. Selena raised her hand and shook it. Why can't Link learn well and become a loyal man? Link is still young. Having more relationships can make him more mature and stable. He doesn't need to be controlled too much. Catherine said. I want to find boyfriends too, and find several. Selena said stubbornly. Ms. Mandy and Catherine looked at her with dark eyes. Selena stuck out her tongue in fear and said, I'm kidding. I'm not a bad guy like Link. After 2 days of recording, the new version of Despacito was successfully released, including 2 versions in Spanish and Chinese. After 2 days of recording, the new version of Despacito was successfully released, including 2 versions in Spanish and Chinese, and was re-released on Amazon Digital Music Store and iTunes Music Store. In just 1 week, the number of downloads of the new single exceeded 200,000 times. Relying on the rescue standards of independent music and platforms, each song costs $1.26 per download, and Link Music can get 65%. Plus the rescue income from streaming media such as YouTube. The first week's income exceeded 200,000 myths, and Link had to say that being a singer really makes money quickly. Chapter 115 Presidential Invitation. Link, did you write all these 4 songs? In the Link Music office, producer Green Goodall looked at Link in surprise when he saw the sheet music and lyrics in his hand. What do you think? Very good, especially the song Chasing the Sun, which is very consistent with the various element of popular songs in the current market. I can guarantee that the sales performance after it is put on the shelves will not be worse than the sales of the albums of first-line singers. Green slapped the table and said excitedly, how about this song Never Say Die? Link pointed to the second Soul, which was written and composed by singer Travis Garland and sung by Justin Bieber. The phrase Never Say Die became popular all over the world after 2010. Green hummed a few sentences according to the score and shook his head. The style of the song is a bit lively, which doesn't seem to suit you. You are more suitable for lyrical love, song and dance, and rhythm and blues. Link looked at Green and couldn't help but admire him. The other party could judge the style of the song with just a few tunes. His attainments in music are indeed outstanding. Take this song away. Yes, this song is also in line with the current popular trend. When recording, we can make some adjustments, and maybe the effect will be good. Green said while looking at the music score. Link nodded. This song is quite popular, and is one of the few songs in his music library that he remembers well. Don't be too sorry. Green, how are the songs you are collecting? I received more than 100, but the quality is not very good. I found a few old friends and asked them to make a few songs for you according to your style. There are already 2 songs, and there are still 6 to go. It will be ready by the end of the year, Green said, scratching his messy hair. Link had no objection. The other thing being discussed was his first album. After the single became a big hit, he naturally had to strike while the iron was hot and release his first album to expand his influence in the music scene. The first song is themed inspirational and has 12 songs. There are relatively few songs of this type in Link's song library, and he can't play all of them at once, so he needs to order songs and let the musicians create songs according to his style. This is very common in the music industry. Almost all popular singers have one or more creative teams to create songs that are in line with the current market situation. When releasing, the singer's name is added to the composer and lyricist information to indicate that it is the singer's creation, and the singer is labeled as a good singer and composer to attract fans to pay. It is also because of this that only singers who are famous in the record company are eligible to get songs. Link's situation is different from Th's. Link Music pays for the song order, and the copyright of the creation belongs to the company. Link is the major shareholder of Link Music, so naturally there is no need to worry about copyright disputes. Link looked at the 2 newly collected songs and felt that there was no problem. There were no familiar lyrics and tunes, so he rarely expressed his opinions. Link, are you going? Ms. Mandy asked when Link left the company and walked into the business car. Link looked at his watch. It was 11:30 in the morning. Go to the boxing ring. I can still train for a few hours. Ms. Mandy nodded, and a driver was on her neck, and she put up a stand and handed it to Link. The script was delivered. Someone handed the script to Dynasty Promotion and asked you to try the role of the male lead. Someone will read the script and think you should be interested. Link took the script and flipped through it. After he became famous, he was invited to play supporting roles by many people, mostly killers. bodyguards, and policemen in commercial films, hoping to take advantage of his popularity. However, those people's quotations were too low, not up to the 1 million plot he and Simon agreed to at the beginning, and the roles were too perfunctory. None of them were important roles in big productions, so he did not accept it. Now there is a script for the male lead, and he curiously flipped it open and took a look. The name of the script is The Fighter, which is also relatively ordinary, but the content outlined made him bright. It is adapted from a true story and tells the story of a pair of professional boxers. The eldest brother was once a boxing star. In 1978, he fought against the former middleweight star boxing champion Sugar Ray Leonard and knocked him down once in the game, becoming a local celebrity. After becoming famous, he became addicted to drugs, his career was ruined, and he was eventually imprisoned, becoming a negative example in HBO's anti-drug documentary. The second child is also a boxer. He took his brother as an example and wanted to learn from his brother to fight in the boxing world, but due to family reasons, his career was not smooth. Later, with the help of his girlfriend and brother, he returned to the boxing ring and defeated the boxer, the IBF lightweight champion Arturo Gatti, and became famous in one fell swoop. Boxing brothers. The elder brother is Christian Bale, an actor with superb acting skills. He has starred in Batman Begins, The Prestige, The Flowers of War, etc. Because the character he played in the film was a drug addict with a thin body, he lost 30 pounds before filming. Like Giling, he is also a famous weight loss expert in The Circle. The younger brother is Mark Wahlberg, also a famous actor. The heroine is Amy Adams, who has starred in Catch Me If You Can and Junebug, and has been nominated for an Oscar for supporting actress. She is also a famous actor. The film was nominated for an Oscar in 2010, and Christian Bale also won the Best Supporting Actor award for this film. The script is very good and the role is suitable, but Link is not sure whether he can take on the role of the younger brother. The role has a lot of scenes, and he has to act opposite Christian Bale, Amy Adams and others. In contrast to his opponent, he was worried that he would become the shortest plank in the crew and withdraw from the referee's critical strike. But after hesitating, he chose to try again. When watching Into the Blue 2, Stephen Herek told him about the reverse plank theory. According to him, commercial films do not require actors to do a good job, while the directors of art film crews will ask each actor to give the best performance when watching. The fact that this film can be nominated for an Oscar shows that the quality is very good. In such a crew performance, even if the performance is not good, it can improve one's performance level to a certain extent. Link decided to accept this challenge and ask Mandy to contact the crew director. He needed to talk to the other party. Link, will you be too busy to take on so many jobs? Ms. Mandy put away the quotation. It doesn't matter. After the fight with Tyson, there are no matches scheduled for the next lighting. You can use this time to shoot. The WBO IBF Super Middleweight Championship is still being held, the WBC Championship has not yet started, and the four major organizations' gold dominance unification battle will have to wait for a few months. The WBA Boxing Championship Challenge will be a year later. You can use this time to expand your fame and strive to get more than 10 million appearance fees in the competition next year. Ms. Mandy nodded, handed him the phone and said, Taylor just called and said he would go back to Los Angeles to promote his new album. It will take about 3 days. There was also a heart disease named Gaddett who sent a message. Do you remember? Call them back. Gaddett is my friend. Link touched his forehead. Understood. Don't worry, I won't interfere in your private affairs. Ms. Mandy blinked and smiled like Selena with a bad taste. Link shook his head and reserved his phone to call Taylor and send a message to Gaddett. Thanks to the book friend Swiftwing for the reward. I wish you a happy new year and a prosperous year of the dragon. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 116, Fighting Tyson. While he was preparing for the competition, Taylor's second album Fearless was also released. It topped the top 200 albums chart with 650,000 copies sold in the first week, and it was a huge hit. Whether on the streets, in supermarkets, or on radio and television, songs from Fearless were often heard, including The Way I Loved You, You Belong With Me, Love Story, etc., and the temporarily added Dream It Maybe was released. 6 of the top 10 songs topped the singles chart. Dream It Maybe directly topped the singles chart, becoming Taylor's first single champion. The album's sales were hot, and Taylor was busy as a result. She flew to other places for promotion, held autograph sessions, and prepared for concert tours, etc. Usually, Link could only contact her by phone. Sometimes, Taylor had to work again after a few words on the phone. Link couldn't help but think of a famous saying, "It's hard to train as a woman, and it's even harder to be a woman's boyfriend." He continued in the boxing ring. From the end of the Olympics to December, through more than 3 months of strength and speed training, the weight of the right fist was increased to 1,600 pounds. The weight of the left fist was increased to 1,420 pounds, and the body's reaction ability was also improved. In fact, according to Dino's Gossip, Tyson has continued to strengthen training in recent months, and the weight of his fist has returned to more than 1,600 pounds. His condition is no worse than before 2003, so Link should be careful. Link will naturally not be careless. Tyson is a veteran boxing champion. In the boxing world of the 1980s and 1990s, which was full of fierce generals, he was able to become the Spokesperson of boxing with his fists. His strength, speed, technology, tactics, and boxing awareness are all at a very high level. Even though he is a young man, he is still a fierce old beast, not to mention that the opponent weighs more than 60 pounds more than him. In order to cope with Tyson's game, he put down all his work, even the promotion of the single was pushed aside, and he was confined to the training ground. On December 15th, the match between Link and Tyson was held at the Atlantic City Thompson Entertainment City. Before the match, Thompson Entertainment promoted the match a lot, from advertisements to newspapers to the big screen in Times Square. Thompson Entertainment claimed that this match was a world-class fight and the third unequal fight in 2008 after Holyfield vs. Valuv and Pacquiao vs. De La Hoya. The inequality here refers to the weight. Tyson is more than 60 pounds heavier than Link. Valuv is 100 pounds heavier than old Holyfield, and De La Hoya is a welterweight, 5 pounds heavier than Pacquiao who just moved up. But in terms of overall influence, the match between De La Hoya and Pacquiao received more attention. The match took place on December 7th in Las Vegas. After 8 rounds of competition, Pacquiao defeated De La Hoya by TKO. The prize money of the match was as high as $100 million. In the end, Pacquiao took $65 million, and De La Hoya got $35 million, surpassing the highest record of $65 million created by Tyson and Holyfield in 1997, becoming the highest appearance fee in the boxing world. It is much higher than the tens of millions of Link and Tyson. However, in terms of influence, Link and Tyson are not much different. Tyson is a boxing legend in the past and a spokesperson for boxing. Link is an Olympic champion and one of the top 10 boxing stars in the world. In any one of their matches, they will be sought after by boxing fans, not to mention a fight between the same kind. Boxing fans want to see how much strength Tyson has left in 3 years. Can he continue to fight in the boxing world? Everyone also wants to see how Link, the overlord of the super middleweight field, performs when he encounters a heavyweight boxer who is more than 60 pounds heavier than him. How many rounds can he last? The Chicago Tribune detailed the advantages and disadvantages of Link and Tyson. For example, Link wins in speed, physical strength, and endurance. Tyson wins in terms of heavy punches, ability to withstand blows, and competition experience. In terms of technology and tactics, it was finally concluded that Link's probability of attacking is 45%, and Tyson's probability of winning is 55%, with Tyson having a slight advantage. In the panic of Atlantic City bookmakers, Link's odds of winning were 1:1.5, and Tyson's odds were 1:1.8. Bookmakers believed that Link's chance of winning was higher, but not too much. Full of suspense, many people flew to Atlantic City, New Jersey, on the day of the match, to watch the boxing match. Ordinary people who did not have the conditions also sat in front of the TV, ready to watch the broadcast of the coronavirus. Bang, bang, bang. In the VIP lounge, Link, with bare arms, wearing red shorts and bandages, punched the air countless times. To warm up in this way, Link, Tyson's fists are heavy and firm. When you play against him, don't go head to head with him in the first 3 rounds. Use your body and technology to consume his physical strength first. After 3 rounds, his offense will become impatient and flaws will be the same. You can attack him with your fists again. Based on his current physical condition, I expect you to KO him and win the game within 6 rounds. Coach Brooks instructed from the side. Link nodded. Coach Brooks had worked with Tyson for 2 years and knew Tyson's situation very well. With him by his side to give advice, Link was more prepared for the game. Link, can you KO Tyson in the 6th round? Dino asked, leaning his arm against the cabinet. Not sure. I'm sure I can beat him, but in which round and in what way, I can't tell you now. Okay. Then I'll bet on the 6th round. Dino thought for a moment and said. Link continued to do warm-up exercises. When he was preparing for the game, there was a warm-up performance before the outdoor open. Thompson International invited Green Day, famous singer Ricky Martin, Black Soul singer Macy Gray and others to perform. After the performance, there was a Love Horse men's and women's underwear fashion show, a UFC women's lightweight fighting competition, and finally it was Link and Tyson's turn to perform. Next, please welcome the Olympic champion and WBA super middleweight world boxing champion Link Baker. Hearing the host shouting loudly, Link strode out of the entrance of the passage. At this time, the bright lights were projected on him, and there were bursts of applause and cheers at the scene. Link raised his arms and waved, and strode onto the ring. Boxing noticed that most of the audience seats around the stage were sitting in gorgeous men's clothes, men in jeans, and women in banquet suits and furs, as if they were attending a banquet. There were many familiar faces among them. Mr. Thompson, Murdoch, the governor of New Jersey, Manhattan, the mayor of New York and other politicians. There were also boxing veterans such as Old Duval, Bob Arum, WBA chairman Mendoza, Holyfield, De La Hoya, and Riddick Bowe. Hey, come on, Link, I'm rooting for you. An old man in a suit shouted at him from the front seat. It was director Woody Allen, and there were a few familiar faces sitting next to him, also directors in the entertainment industry. Link waved his fist and strode onto the ring. When he came on stage, Tyson swaggered into the ring amid the cheers of tens of thousands of spectators on the stage. He was bald, stout, and had strong black iron-like skin and many tattoos on his body. He looked several times stronger than Link, and was very strong. Seeing Tyson come on stage, the cheers became even louder. Including director Woody Allen, many older people would applaud vigorously, as if watching Tyson fight was a kind of sentiment. Tyson rushed to the audience under the ring and waved his fists countless times, looking very excited. Finally, at the urging of the referee, he pulled up the ropes and went on stage. Hello, Mike. How are you feeling today? The HBO reporter stopped Tyson at the ring and asked. Elephant, I feel like I can kill a lion. Tyson clenched his fist and shouted to Link on the stage. Hey, Link, I'm going to KO you in the 3rd round in the circle. Are you ready to fail? Link looked at him and smiled. Mike, you are the one who should be prepared. You are old. If you feel that your body is not sound during the competition, you should recognize it as soon as possible. I and everyone else don't want you to fall on the boxing ring. Link, stop bragging. I will let you know how big the gap is between us. Tyson shouted, waving his fist. Link smiled lightly and came to the corner of the ring to rest. Coach Brooks lowered his voice and said, Tyson is a little excited. He probably used neuroleptic drugs. You should pay attention during the competition. His attacks in the first 2 rounds will probably be mostly horizontal. Link nodded. Taking drugs is a common thing in professional competitions. For example, meconazole, a drug for treating heart disease, can promote blood flow, increase the body's oxygen intake and endurance. It was used on the battlefield to improve the combat effectiveness of soldiers in the past, but now tennis, spine, and boxing athletes all participate. Link has no intention of this. As a boxer, what excites him most is to meet a strong opponent in the game, and then to fight with wisdom and courage, and use various methods to defeat him. The stronger the opponent, the harder the victory, and the greater the reward of victory, such as on Roberto, Peters, Aragon, Gaddle and others. So after entering the boxing world, he was never afraid of meeting a strong opponent, but was afraid of having no opponent. Tyson did this, which was more to his liking. Chapter 117 Punch to the Flesh. Boxing. The match began. When the referee swung his arm down, Tyson roared and punched Link hard. The cuts on his arms all bulged, and the blood vessels in his neck and forehead also rose. Link could have dodged this punch, but he wanted to test Tyson's strength. When Tyson's fist hit him, he crossed his arms in front of his chest to defend. Bang! Tyson's fist hit his arms, and Link had a strong impact force that spread from his arms to his whole body. He couldn't help but step back 4 steps and directly landed on the 3rd rope. The heavyweight boxer's fist is really different. The impact force of this punch is definitely not less than 1,600 pounds. Wow. He saw that he was knocked back by Tyson's punch, and the audience couldn't help but cheer. Link, do you know the gap between us? Next, I will make you feel frustrated. Tyson smiled again, waving his fist and rushing up, attacking him crazily, with each punch heavier than the last. After learning about Tyson's punching power, Link also had a plan in mind. Facing Tyson's crazy attack, he used his super fast reaction speed and flexible steps to dodge around Tyson's left and right. His movements were very flexible and smooth. In the eyes of the audience, Link and Tyson were fighting in close combat. Tyson kept punching, and his fists were very fierce. Link kept dodging, and each time he just avoided Tyson's fists. It looked very thrilling and exciting. Come on. Come on Tyson. Come on Link. The audience shouted loudly, and the voices cheering for both sides were evenly matched. Tyson did a great job. Link did a great job too. Director Woody Allen shouted, waving his fist. Director Martin Scorsese beside him looked at him strangely. Which side are you on? Director Woody Allen laughed. I used to be a fan of Tyson, but now I'm more familiar with Link, and I also like his boxing matches, so I cheered for them twice. Director Martin Scorsese shook his head and looked at Link on the stage. He was handsome, strong, and determined. He also felt that his image was very suitable for making literary films, and perhaps he could work with him once. In the boxing ring, Tyson attacked more than 50 punches in a row within 30 seconds of the opening, all of which were dodged or resolved by Link. No punch hit Link's vital parts. He was panting, and his speed was not fast enough. Mike, is this the legendary despair? Link laughed. Tyson bit his braces and chased him angrily. How could this kid react so quickly? In the end, he still wanted to make a comeback with the title of defeating Link and earn more money to pay off his debts. But Link's strength was much stronger than he knew, and compared with the heavyweight boxer, his hope was not much different. It's my turn next. Link didn't give Tyson a chance to breathe. He quickly counter-attacked with a fierce right swing punch towards Tyson's head, but Tyson blocked it with his arm. Link ignored him, and the 3rd punch caught up with Tyson's body. His arm was 12 centimeters longer than Tyson's, so he could stand in a safer position and keep punching with both fists without worrying about being hit by Tyson. Bang! The 5th punch was a tricky jab, which passed through Tyson's double arm defense and hit Tyson's side shin steadily. Tyson took a step back, kicked his legs, and stood steadily. Humph! Tyson touched his chin with his fist, looked at Link with contempt, and said, "That's it? With this little strength, you dare to challenge Chris Biden Valuth?" Link was a little surprised. The punch just now must have weighed more than 1,000 pounds. In a super middleweight match, this punch has a 30% chance of knocking down the opponent once, and more than 80% chance of making the opponent stagger, or take 3 or 4 steps back. But Tyson only needs to step hard on the floor to stabilize his body. Link guessed that this was due to weight. Tyson weighed more than 230 pounds, which deprived him of the firmness of a super middleweight boxer. This also made his center of gravity more stable and his ability to withstand blows stronger. Fists under 1,000 pounds were basically useless to him. Tyson was a veteran who had fought in the boxing arena for more than 20 years. He had fought against opponents with heavier fists than Link, and he had more experience in dealing with his attacks. In order to knock Tyson down quickly in a short period of time, Link had to do his best and be more flexible. Before the game, Link felt that Tyson was old in the past, and he had been eating, drinking, and whoring for several years, and he had relaxed his training, and his strength had greatly decreased. It should not be too difficult to defeat such an opponent. It was not until the start of the game that Link realized that he had underestimated the enemy. Fighting against a heavyweight boxer is very different from fighting against a super middleweight boxer. Most super middleweight boxers are not big guys. Their bodies are similar to those of ordinary people, but their bones are relatively strong and their body fat is relatively low. This also leads to their low ability to withstand blows, and it is difficult for them to take on attacks over 1,400 pounds. But they are fast, flexible, and quick to react, so it is very difficult to hit them. In the heavyweight category, punch weight, resistance to blows, physical strength, endurance and other boxing competitions are ranked before technology and speed, and boxers with such advantages are more likely to achieve results. For example, Tyson, Lennox Lewis, the Klitschko brothers, Shannon Briggs, etc. The most typical one is WBA boxing champion Valuv. In the same level, his speed is medium-low and his technical level is medium-low. He only relies on punch weight and physical advantages to become the world boxing champion. Ring magazine commented that he is a clumsy polar bear. If you hit them with Thunderbolt, you can't continue to use the tactics of Manhattan's super middleweight opponents to deal with Manhattan. You must use new tactics. Bang, bang, bang. Link immediately increased the speed and strength of his punches, and his fists kept hitting Tyson's powerful and heavy punches. His fists are like spears, with continuous strikes, and extremely fast speed and high smashing power, which are difficult to defend. Under his continuous attack, Tyson had no chance to fight back. If he fought back, he would be hit on the head. He could only protect his head with his hands and kept dodging, which was very frustrating. The audience was very satisfied. In the past, they watched Tyson use heavy punches to hit others. Now they finally waited for Tyson to be beaten by his opponent. Come on, Link. Link, great job. The audience shouted loudly. Bang. Link hit Tyson's left rib with a left hook. Although Tyson's ribs were cut very thick, after being hit 7 or 8 times in a row, his left ribs also hurt slightly, so he couldn't help but put down his arms for protection. Link's tactics were to hit up and down, and to attack from the east and west. When Tyson slightly loosened his arms, his jab quickly attacked, and with a bang, it hit Tyson's right eyelid. Tyson was beaten back, his steps were sparse and his defense was also sparse. Of course, Link would not miss this good opportunity. He rushed towards Tyson and threw a series of extremely fast left jabs plus right jabs plus left uppercuts plus right uppercuts at Tyson's head, chin, and abdomen. Tyson was beaten back again and again, his back leaning against the ropes, and he reached out to hug Link. Link was worried that his opponent would bite his ears or hit his head, so he quickly took a step back and hit Tyson's chin with a hook. Tyson staggered and hit the ropes behind him, almost falling down. Tyson underestimated his opponent. Link's fists definitely weigh more than 1,500 pounds. Holyfield and former WBA boxer Riddick Boson said in surprise, "Damn it." In the ring, Tyson stood up quickly, baring his teeth, and glaring at Link fiercely. He carefully looked at Link's fists. This guy was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Link didn't care about his mood, and continued to attack Tyson with his fists. Tyson was also angry, and no longer protected himself. He faced his fists, and fought him closely. Link's fists were fast and accurate, and his attack efficiency was high. After Tyson put down his defense, he could usually hit 3 or 4 out of 10. Tyson's fists are heavy and his body has a higher resistance to blows, but his reaction is not as flexible as Link's. He can hit Link with 1 punch every 20 punches. It's like you punch me 1 punch, and every punch hits the flesh, and it's hard to tell who's the winner. The audience was dazzled, as if they were back to the 1987 fight between Tyson and former IBF champion Tony Tucker. The two sides fought for 12 rounds, and Tyson relied on his peak battle. In that fight, both sides fought very actively, and every punch hit the flesh. It was considered a heavyweight peak duel. Now seeing Tyson fighting with fists again, the audience cheered and cheered continuously. Dang dang. The first round is over. Professional matches have 3 minutes per round, with a 1-minute break in the middle. Each match has 6 to 12 rounds depending on the competition system. Link and Tyson also guard 12 rounds. In the past, you held a circle in my hand. Tyson said, panting. If it's 10 years later, I'm sure I can beat you in 100 seconds. Link laughed. Tyson snorted and returned to the corner with his fist raised. Chapter 118. The boxing champion admits. Link, this seems to be the first time you have completed a circle after changing your job. How does it feel? At the corner, Dino fanned Fengmu with a towel. Not bad. Link licked a mouthful of water and said, Link, keep going. Tyson can't last more than a few circles if you fight like this, Coach Brooks said. Link nodded. His advantage over Tyson was physical strength, endurance, speed, and reaction ability. If he continued to fight, his advantage would become greater and greater, and Tyson's advantage would become smaller and smaller. The next one would be his defeat. Link, you are injured here. Pay attention to the game later. Morales pointed to his left rib and said. Link took a look and nodded. Tyson was shorter than him. After successfully hitting his head, he often sneaked up on his ribs. Link dodged hard, but was also hit by 2 punches from Tyson. Tyson's punches were very heavy, and it felt very bad after being hit. Tyson on the opposite side was in a worse condition than him. His right eyebrow arch was swollen, and his left corner of his mouth was cracked. He sat on the soft stool without saying a word, allowing his assistant to apply Vaseline on his other wound. After a 1-minute break, Link and Tyson returned to the stage. Boxing. At the beginning of the second round, Link continued to attack Tyson's key parts with high-frequency jabs, and Tyson also attacked him with heavy punches. Hit the flesh. In this round, Link punched 102 times, 13 of which hit Tyson's head, causing Tyson's right brow bone to be damaged, his eyelids to bulge high, red and swollen, and bleeding wounds on his right cheekbone and left corner of his mouth. Tyson also punched more than 80 times, hitting Link twice, once in the left rib, and once in the chin. After a 1-minute break in the middle, the two sides continued to fight in the third round. Link attacked for a round and a half, and began to sweat a lot. But the powerful Tyson, the elephant, won the game within 12 rounds, and would not give the opponent a chance to breathe. He continued to use his physical strength and speed advantages to hit Tyson's body with one punch after another, treating Tyson as Mario wearing protective gear, and his movements were clumsy. 1 punch, 10 punches, 100 punches. In the third round, he punched more than 100 times again, and at least 15 times he hit Tyson's head. However, the opponent's resistance was too high. Punches under 1,000 pounds had almost no effect on Tyson. Only punches over 1,400 pounds could cause damage to the opponent. Tyson is indeed a veteran boxing champion. He was hit more than 10 times in a row, but his body stood firmly on the stage, wearing a braid. It seemed that, no matter how he hit him, he could not knock him down. He didn't believe it. He gritted his teeth and continued to punch at a high frequency, attacking Tyson's body and head one after another. Bang! It was probably the 112th and 113th punches. When he swung his fists, he suddenly found that Tyson's defense had a huge flaw. This punch hit Tyson's forehead directly. This punch exceeded 1,200 pounds. According to Juan's previous punching effects, Tyson had the most and could stabilize his body. But this time Tyson staggered and fell to the ground. Oh. Seeing the heavyweight Tyson being knocked down by Link's super middleweight, the audience couldn't help but exclaim, and some people stood up to see Tyson's condition. Nothing. I accidentally slipped. Tyson shouted to the referee, stood up quickly, and looked at Link angrily. After seeing Tyson's condition, Link knew that his fast attack tactics were effective, fighting with Tyson in the first 3 circles, pulling Tyson to compete in physical strength and endurance. Now the third round has not ended yet. Tyson has obvious omissions in defense, which also shows that his condition is getting worse, or the effect of psychotropic drugs is splitting. After the referee announced to continue the game, Link continued to punch and attack. Tyson was also angered by the previous punch, and the counterattack came more fiercely, like a mad beast, punching Link non-stop. Link raised his arms high, gritted his teeth to resist Tyson's heavy blows, and his feet were moving in a circle, and he was almost knocked down twice. How long can Tyson's strong attack last? From the third round to the first half of the fourth round, his speed was suffocating again, sweating profusely and panting like a cow. As soon as Link waited for the rhythm of his attack, he immediately launched a counterattack, his arms like spears, and continued to attack Tyson's defense. The audience saw a pair of people fighting from the first round to the fourth round, one after the other, without any rest in between. It was so addictive. I heard from Franco that Link's goal is to become the world champion of 5 levels of the 4 major organizations. Old Duva asked Nora Duva beside him. Nora nodded. That's what Link said to Franco before the Golden Gloves defense. Old Duva looked at Link on the boxing ring and sighed. He is really a descendant of mine. Maybe he has this opportunity. Nora asked in surprise, do you think Link can also get the gold belt after he moves up to the heavyweight class? The chance is great. Old Duva nodded. Nora frowned, a little bit annoyed. If she had known that Link had such great potential, she should have been more aggressive when she first came to Miami and competed with Franco for the player. Bang, bang, bang. In the ring, Link continued to attack hard, sweat dripping from his strong back, and the lines that were pulled out were more obvious, shining like bronze glass under the light. Bang. At 136 seconds in the fourth round, Link once again broke through Tyson's double arm defense and punched him on the forehead. Tyson took a step back and fell on the ring, and there were waves of exclamations at the scene. Link picked up his fist, took a few breaths, and his arms were shaking slightly. The training level of this game was comparable to that of the fight against Peters. The same high defense and the ability to resist blows were achieved. Peters was even better and could defend and fight back at the same time, which caused serious trouble to Link. Link threw more than 120 punches in this circle. After stopping the attack, the deltoid muscles of his arms kept trembling, and sweat soaked the waist of his competition shorts. 10, 9, 8. This time Tyson fell to the ground, rested for 3 times, and then stood up shaking his head. Link also noticed that his legs were shaking, which was a symptom of exhaustion, perhaps a negative effect of psychotropic drugs. So after the start of the 5th round, Link held his breath and continued to attack Tyson with all his strength, punching one after another. Although the punches were all around 1,200 pounds, they were hit continuously, and it was not pleasant. Tyson was forced to defend hard and protect his head with his arms. In the 5th round, Link punched 114 times and knocked Tyson down twice. Tyson lost. Holyfield said as a matter of course. It's not a loss. Link did a wonderful job both on the offensive and defensive ends. Even if Tyson met him in his prime, he might not be able to defeat him completely. It's hard to believe that he is only 20 years old. It's incredible. Riddick Bowe exclaimed. I have a hunch that Link's future achievements will not be much worse than mine and Pacquiao. There will be another overlord in the boxing world. De La Hoya said with a clenched fist. The people around nodded. In a cycle, Link knocked Tyson down again. Tyson lay on the ground for 8 people before he struggled to get up. Tyson chose to give up the game. Hey, Mike, are you okay? Link asked on the stage, sweating profusely. Tyson sat on the ring, looking a little lost and confused. He glanced at him. Link, tell me the truth. How much did you hide when you tested your punch weight at the HBO production center last time? Your punch weight is definitely over 1,500 pounds. Link smiled lightly. He really didn't hide much last time. Before the Olympics, his right fist also soared to 1,540 pounds. After more than 2 months, he made a breakthrough in training and soared to 1,600 pounds. That's why he was able to take advantage of Tyson's weakness and knock him down one after another. You are such a cunning guy. But knocking me down is nothing. I have rarely trained in the past 2 years, and my strength has seriously increased. In the heavyweight field, you are the second-rate boxer at most. You have defeated Chris Bide, Valuv and others, and won the gold belt. You still need to practice more. Tyson stood up. I will. Link said with his fist. Tyson showed his 2 big gold teeth, and he bumped it with the side. I declare that the attacker of this fight of the century is Link Baker. Mr. Thompson ran to the stage with dignity, pulled Link's arm and raised it, and took her exaggerated protagonist from the female model, and handed it to Link. There was a golden shape in the middle of the leader, and there were several golden letters thump on it. Link shook the report. This was too exaggerated. Chapter 119 Cocktail Party. For Link, the biggest gain from defeating Tyson is not getting a large bonus, but the experience of competing with heavyweight boxers. After competing with Tyson, he also knows what his strengths and weaknesses are compared with heavyweight boxers, and he will be more confident when he encounters opponents of the same weight in the future. In addition, Tyson is a legendary boxer and a spokesperson in the field of boxing. It is also the wish of every boxer to compete with him on the same stage. In the past, Link was also opposed to fighting with Tyson, but when he debuted, Tyson was already in his 50s, and the same level was different. Now there is a chance to fight with Tyson, and it feels very good to defeat him, while Tyson can still fight. Link, are you here? In the hotel lobby, Evoca walked through the crowd in a burgundy off-shouldered dress. With long golden hair, her fair skin glowed with cold light, and a string of colored gemstone necklaces hung on her slender swan neck, with two curved arcs below. Although it was perfectly wrapped by the wrap chest, it was still impossible not to look at it a few more times. The hem of her skirt was slid higher than her knees, and when she walked, her long straight legs would stretch out. It was estimated that she was nearly 1.1 meters tall, on par with Taylor, but the difference was that Taylor's was fairer and slender, while Evoca's was rounder and looked more elastic. Link looked at her with appreciation, and then shifted his gaze to Evoca's exquisite makeup. I just had a few drinks and listened to music. Don't be here, you are the protagonist of the party, and many people want to talk to you. Evoca pointed to the lively crowd next to her and said. Link was a little helpless. After the boxing match, Mr. Thompson held a grand celebration party in the hotel, inviting hundreds of VIPs to attend. On the surface, it seemed to be celebrating his victory, but in fact it was an investment promotion meeting for the Thompson Group. Link was indifferent to such parties. After meeting a few people, he came to the piano alone to watch the band's performance. Your father hopes to make an important speech. Link looked at Mr. Thompson, who was talking loudly in the crowd, and smiled. Don't worry about him. When he finishes, the party will be over. Link smiled lightly, thinking of Evoca's words. Mr. Thompson is a social terrorist. As long as he is given a group of audiences, he can talk all day and night. Evoca brushed the golden hair beside her ear and said as she walked, Link, you are now a celebrity, a multimillionaire, and a member of the upper class. You should learn the way of communication here, such as when you attend a party, you should pay more attention to the people around you and get their business cards. Because most of the people who are qualified to seek are of noble status and have some resources in their hands. If you get to know these people, you will have the opportunity to get their help when you need it in the future. This is the network. Link nodded. He understood what Evoca meant and the importance of network. It's just that he has his own way to make money, so he doesn't value these connections very much, and he doesn't want to disguise himself and dress himself up as an upper class person. Eva, we are partners. I'm responsible for music creation and you are responsible for social management. How about it? But you can't stand here either. It will be very cold and no one will dare to come forward to talk to you. Ivica didn't care that he was unwilling and took his arm and walked into the crowd, introducing him to a group of acquaintances. There were real estate tycoons in New Jersey, Atlantic City casino owners, presidents of Atlantic Records, senior executives of Fox TV, etc., either billionaires, politicians, or senior executives of Fortune 500 groups. At first, Link thought that Ivica brought him here to help him expand his network, until he saw the sons and grandsons of several tycoons looking at him with hostile eyes. He realized that he had become a shield. Remember to treat me to a meal some other day. In the middle of the crowd, Link bowed his head and said to Ivica, "Why?" Ivica remained motionless, and only two people could hear the voice. Link glanced around and smiled. Look at their eyes. If eyes could kill, I would have been riddled with holes. Ivica noticed his eyes and looked at the corner of his lips. You are the king of fists. Do you still have to be afraid of these gay men? Of course not. That's why I want you to treat me to a meal instead of throwing you away and running. Link suddenly put out his hand to hold Ivica's waist, but his hand accidentally slipped a little and fell into a dangerous place. The eyes of those people suddenly became sharper, and the eyes they looked at him became more unfriendly. Kaz's taut abdomen became soft again, and she pursed her lips and said, "Don't be too picky. If they want to defeat you, I will help. Won't this help you more? You're being a hooligan." Ivica pinched the flesh on his waist, trying to find a piece of fat, but couldn't find it, so she had to pinch his skin, and looked at him coldly. "How does it feel?" Link retracted his palm and praised, "No one." Ivica pinched him hard, then raised her hand, and looked at several middle-aged women who were chatting in the crowd. The woman in pink in front is Murdoch's wife. "Don't you speak Chinese? Go and chat with her, maybe she will like you." Next to her is a member of the board of directors of her newspaper group. She is a widow. You can also try her touch. "No chance, your father is coming." Link looked towards the crowd, only to see Mr. Thompson with a sullen face, walking towards them with strange steps, his blonde hair fluttering, like an old and ambitious lion. "He's so annoying." Ivica started Link, and took the initiative to greet him. The two girls walked aside, and talked in a low voice, seemingly unhappy. Link had no intention of intervening in the other party's family and father relationship. Director Woody Allen came over, and he took the initiative to greet him. "Hey, Link, you are Director Woody Allen?" he asked. He was followed by Director Martin Scorsese. Director Martin is also a famous Hollywood director, with representative works such as Taxi Driver, The King of Comedy, Cape Fear, The Departed, The Aviator, Gangs of New York, etc. He has won the Best Director award at the 3 major European film festivals, the American Film and Television Golden Globe Awards, and the Oscar for Best Director. He is almost a Grand Slam director. Unlike director Woody Allen's casual dress style, he wore a formal suit, a bow tie, black hair, and thick black eyebrows. He didn't look like a man in his 60s. Link greeted the two directors. "Don't get me wrong, Miss Thompson and I are partners, and we have set up a record company." "Is that so?" "Just now at the party, everyone was discussing when you will get married. They are all very envious of you." Director Woody Allen squinted and joked, "Haha, I'm sorry to disappoint everyone. We are not that kind of relationship," Link said, holding up his glass. "Link, Director Allen said you are interested in acting?" Director Scorsese said, "Haha, this kid said he wants to become an Oscar winner." Director Woody Allen laughed and coughed a few times. Director Scorsese also looked at him with surprise. "A boxing champion wants to become an Oscar winner? This is to cross the line and beat professional actors, unless he has god-level acting skills." Link shrugged and said with a smile, "I like to do something that involves contact, such as boxing, singing, and acting. If I can become a professional actor, then the Oscar is my goal." Director Scorsese smiled and exchanged contact information with him. The two directors were old, so they chatted for a while, and left early to go back to the hotel to rest. Link saw them off, and returned to the party. He met Holyfield, De La Hoya, and Larry Holmes, who came up to say hello. Holyfield is a boxer in the main event. The two have met in the boxing ring. Larry Holmes is a New Yorker. After he was born, he accepted the employment of the main event, and became a part-time boxing coach. Link also talked to him several times. Only De La Hoya was the first time to meet. This man is 35 years old, not tall, light-skinned Latino, handsome, and has reached the world championship in 6 weight classes. He is currently one of the boxers with the highest appearance fee in the boxing world, and is known as the golden boy of the boxing world. He is not only a boxer, but also an entrepreneur. He owns a Golden Boy Promotions company, a casual clothing company, a real estate company, and is qualified to open a boxing channel on HBO, as well as the distribution rights of 4 major boxing magazines. Link, are you interested in joining Golden Boy Promotions? I heard that you once proposed a condition to Franco. You want 100 million elephants, and I will give you 50 million, as well as shares of Golden Boy Promotion worth no less than 50 million. How about that? De La Hoya was wearing a suit, a tie, and his hair was combed up, just like a successful person. Link was a little surprised that the other party would dig him at this time. He wanted to be indirect, but still refused. Golden Boy Promotions was established in 2004. It is mainly responsible for De La Hoya's boxing events. In the past 2 years, it has also signed several boxers. The development is good. In the future, it will also sign boxing champions such as Alvarez and Golovkin, becoming one of the top 5 promotion companies in the boxing industry. If it was before Dynasty Promotions, he would consider joining Golden Boy Promotions, but now he is already a world boxing champion, and Dynasty Promotions treatment is not bad. Moreover, after becoming a boss, De La Hoya has also become a capitalist, and there is a case of defaulting on Boxer Jack. He didn't believe that De La Hoya would offer a better match income than Dynasty Promotion. Link, can I give you 70% of the match income? De La Hoya further said, I can consider 90%. Link smiled. De La Hoya wanted to imagine. Shake it. 9:1. The promotion company has no profit at all. Link, we have a chance to fight. See who has better skills. Are you sure? De La Hoya's strength was not bad when he was young. He won the Olympic gold medal, the Golden Gloves champion, the US national boxing champion, and his amateur record was 223 wins and 5 losses. In terms of amateur competition results, few people in the boxing world can match him. After changing jobs in 1992, he won the World Boxing Championship in 6 levels: lightweight, super light heavyweight, welterweight, super welterweight and middleweight. He is Pacquiao's idol. But in recent years, after being promoted to super welterweight and middleweight, his strength has declined significantly. He lost to Bernard Hopkins, Mayweather and Pacquiao in the early stage. I think the income from our match will be considerable. De La Hoya smiled meaningfully. Link thought about it and understood his opponent's idea. After losing to Pacquiao, there were rumors that De La Hoya was ready to restore, but he is one of the boxers with the highest appearance fee in boxing, and it is not cost effective to restore directly. The opponent probably wants to make a mark before restoring. As long as the skin color, appearance, skills, and fame are similar, if the operation is done properly, the attention received by the match will not be less than that of De La Hoya vs. Pacquiao. The prize money of the match may have a chance to exceed 100 million elephants. Thinking of this, Link felt that it would be a good idea to have an exhibition match with the opponent. Chapter 120 Role Interview. After the match, Link returned to New York and transferred the 4.2 million he earned into his account. The prize money for this match was 10 million. According to the pre-match negotiation, he and Tyson tied 7:3, and the winner took the lion's share. He then tied with Dynasty Promotions 6:4 in Manhattan, also at the high end of 4.2 million. He contacted Franco again and bought an apartment in Yorkville for 3.2 million. Now that the real estate crisis continues and New York house prices have fallen significantly, buying real estate at this time is also a reasonable investment. He placed the remaining money with Ms. Kathy Wood, a manager of Pioneer Asset Management, and bought some technology stocks such as Amazon, Apple, Google, Netflix, and YouTube before the stock market rose. Recovery. In 2010, it was not difficult to become a billionaire. Link. Are you Mr. Link Baker? On Fortress 3rd Avenue, at the rooftop music bar, Link was reading a newspaper when a surprised voice came from the side. Link looked up and saw 2 young men in their early 20s, both of whom looked at him with excited eyes. Hello. Mr. Link Baker, I'm your fan. Can you give me an autograph? The boy said. Link nodded, signed for the other party, and took a photo with the other party, and the fan left happily. After he defeated Tyson twice, Dynasty Promotion did a lot of publicity work to spread the news all over the world. Now his reputation in the boxing world is even louder than when he became the world champion, and there are more and more boxing fans. In addition to his videos on YouTube, he is often recognized when he goes out shopping. Hey, Link, it's you. Hearing a teammate greet him, Link turned around and saw Paul Walker, the king, walking over from the road with a glass of wine. He also worked with a crew of Fast and Furious 4 in Miami last time. Usually, they rarely contact each other and rarely come here. Paul, you are in New York too? Link waved and invited Paul to sit down. Paul smiled brightly and said, yes, I came to New York to promote the new movie. I saw in the newspaper that you defeated Tyson again. You are really amazing. Tyson is too old. If he were younger, I would not be his opponent. Link shrugged. Haha, you are too modest. Last time in the Miami bar, you said you didn't know how to race. But when you got on the road, you left us behind in less than 10 miles. Your skills are not worse than those of professional racers. When will we race again? Paul Walker patted his shoulder and laughed. This guy is a racing fan, and he talks about racing every 3 sentences. Link laughed and said, okay, I will find you next time I go to Los Angeles. If you lose, you can leave the car. No problem. It's settled. Paul Walker stretched out his fist and bumped with him. After chatting for a few words, Paul Walker got up and left. His new movie Torn Memories has just been released recently. It is a thrilling suspense film. This guy is also an ambitious person. After the explosion of Fast and Furious, they took on some niche movies and tried to initiate initiatives. After seeing off Paul Walker, Link continued to look at the seats on the table. After a while, a middle-aged man in a black tweed coat came to the card. He was about 40 years old, white, with brown curly hair, and looked very energetic. The man was the person Link was going to meet today, Darren Aronofsky, the director of the movie The Fighter. Director Darren is also a New Yorker. His representative works include Requiem for a Dream and The Fountain of Precious Stone, as well as the recently released The Wrestler and the future Black Swan. The Wrestler is also a sports-themed movie, telling the story of a popular professional wrestler in the 1980s from glory to failure. The movie received good reviews after its release. At the Venice Film Festival in August, The Other Party won the Best Director award for this movie. It was also for this reason that Relativity Pictures, the producer of The Fighter, found him to be the director of this movie, and the script in Link's hand was also sent by him. I'm late. It doesn't matter, I just arrived too. Link stood up, shook hands and invited the other party to sit down. After Director Darren sat down, he squatted down and looked at Link. Link, although I know you are the world boxing champion, I'm still a little surprised to see you in person. You are not looking at a boxer. Oh. Link called the waiter and ordered a cup of coffee for Director Darren. Director Darren spread his hands and said, do you know Mickey Rourke? The male lead of The Wrestler. He used to be an actor and switched to being a boxer at the age of 29. The cause of death was a serious injury, which resulted in him being dismembered and stiff. Your anatomy is very flexible, and you have a literary temperament. It is hard to believe that you can be a world boxing champion. Link laughed. This is because my skills are better, and it is difficult for ordinary people to hit my face. Another reason is that after being injured, he recovers faster and more thoroughly than ordinary people. Therefore, after being injured, it will not affect his being taken away and his appearance. Director Darren nodded. I've seen your matches. At the beginning, I boxed to understand your style of play. After watching 2 matches, I fell deeply in love with your boxing skills. Your boxing skills are amazing. You perfectly combine speed, strength, and skills. Every match is very exciting. Thank you. After the waiter brought the coffee base, Link took the initiative to shift his focus to the fighter Skyrim. After getting the Skyrim, he did a lot of work. One was to read acting books and learn several acting theories. It was through the Main Event Company that he found the contact information of Mickey Ward, the prototype of the protagonist of Fighter, and asked about his personality and hobbies. He also took the initiative to find director Woody Allen to ask him about acting. He knew that he was very confident, but director Darren said that he was not a boxer, which made him a little confused about the other party's ideas. Link, after reading the script, what kind of person do you think Mickey Ward is? Darren Link thought about the plot. A dull, stupid, and indecisive person. Mickey Ward's career has been manipulated by his mother, a pastor, and he has no plans of his own. Later, he met his auntie, who controlled him, and broke up with his mother's family. He had no personal ideas in professional competitions, and only listened to his brother's arrangements. He fought the way his brother told him to fight. After his brother went to prison, he listened to the coach's arrangements. His fists are hard, but his boxing IQ is low. When the male protagonist needed to make a choice between Annie, the coaching team, and his mother and brother, he chose to escape. In the end, his brother took the initiative to stand up and mediate the 2 parties. In the end, his girlfriend and mother sat together, and he also chose to escape, defeating boxing champion Archer Ogatti in the boxing ring, a Hollywood-style ending. Link, you are much smarter than Mickey in boxing. If you were asked to imitate him, should you show his dullness and slowness? Director Darren crossed his fingers. When Link read the script, he found that this character was a bit like Jiu Ching, a slow-witted and easily influenced, but with a simple mind and no distractions. He was also more focused during competitions and training, which was one of the reasons why Mickey Ward became a boxing star. It is not a small matter to play this role well in the new year. He specially sought advice from director Woody Allen, who suggested that he should have fewer facial expressions, speak less, speak slowly, keep his eyes still, and be quieter in language and actions. Link followed the instructions of director Woody Allen, put on a dull expression, and spoke slowly. Director Darren, how do you feel? Director Darren carefully observed his eyes from a professional perspective, and said that Link's performance was very rough and immature, much worse than that of professional actors. The only bright spot is that his performance is spiritual, his appearance is outstanding, and he has audience appeal. What he is thinking about now is whether to swap roles with Link for these reasons. In fact, it was his momentary mood that first submitted the proposal to Link's character company. When preparing the movie The Fighter, he planned to find a professional boxer to play the male lead so that he would look more professional. It happened that Link's game was broadcast, and he felt that Link's image was very suitable for this role, so he asked someone to set him up. Later, after reading many reports about Link, he found that Link and Mickey Ward were two types of boxers. One was dull, the other was shrewd, and one was a late bloomer and became famous at a young age. The more he watched, the more he felt that they were unusual and not suitable for each other. Director Darren considered that Link was a world boxing champion and might not be interested in acting, so he did not withdraw the script. But 2 days ago, Link's agent suddenly called and said that Link was interested in this role and wanted to talk to him. Out of respect for Link, he came to the appointment and was ready to reject Link in person, but when he saw Link showing some talent, he was a little skeptical. Should he work with Link once? Link, let me ask you a question. You are the world boxing champion and you have performed very well in boxing. The New York Post's evaluation of you says that your potential is no less than that of De La Hoya and Mayweather. You have been so successful, why do you want to become an actor? Director Darren asked curiously. Link smiled gently. There are many reasons, and 2 of them are more important. First, I like acting, and I have the desire to perform. Second, I want to promote myself and boxing through movies. First of all, when I won the gold belt, Chairman Mendoza said that the gold belt is not only an honor, but also a responsibility. Every boxing champion regards the promotion of boxing as a task to fulfill, so that more people can understand and learn boxing. So when I saw the script of Fighter, I was no longer nervous. I think playing this role is not only a performance, but also a way to promote boxing. Director Darren looked at him in surprise. He thought he would say that he loves acting, and that being an actor is a dream. He would say that he would use this method to promote boxing. It seems that he is really trying to be an actor, not playing a voting game. Director Darren offered a reward and decided not to rush to reject Link. Link has a good image, good popularity, is a professional boxer, and has some talent in acting, all of which are advantages. The only disadvantage is his immature acting skills, but this is not a big problem. For a professional director, talented players are easier to work with than veteran actors. Link, this role is very important, and I can't decide on my own. I need to go back and discuss it with everyone. Maybe I will ask you to come to the production company for a second audition. I hope I won't disturb you. No problem, I'll wait for your call, Link said. Chapter 121 Picking up the script. I will run, I will climb, I will soar, I will be undefeated. Jump out of my skin and pull the string. Yes, I believe it. Sending director Darren away, Link continued to watch the open air in the bar. There was a female singer with heavy makeup on the small stage of the bar. She was singing Tenor's new song Dream It Possible with a guitar. She sang well. Unfortunately, it was not a familiar surface. Link did not know the other party's potential, nor did he know how to pick up the leak. In fact, after the album music company, he also wanted to sign a few unknown singers to fill the company's talent pool, make more money, and make the Link music label famous. It's just that most of the singers he knew had debuted, and those who hadn't debuted were still young, so they didn't want to pick up any opportunities. Mr. Saffron, what do you think of my new script? While looking at the table, he heard someone in the seat next to him talking about the table. He took a look and couldn't imagine the movie star in it for the time being, but it was two middle-aged people with ordinary looks. The person who was talking was in his 30s, wearing a jacket and a pair of glasses, like a liberal arts teacher. Chris, are you sure this is your new script? It's just in a wooden box. An actor? A cell phone? Can this be considered a script? Do you think anyone will watch this? Sorry, Chris, I have something else to do today. Contact me if you have a really good script next time. The man in black dropped the stand, picked up the briefcase on the seat and left. Snap. The briefcase with the script fell to the ground, and Link glanced at it. On the white cover of the script, there was a large word Buried. Seeing the script name, he remembered a special suspense movie, Buried, starring Ryan Reynolds in 2010. He leaned over to pick it up and said to the man opposite, "Sir, can I take a look?" "Oh, please." The man next to him nodded, grabbed his face, and looked at it, and said in surprise, "Are you the world boxing champion, Mr. Link Baker?" "It's me." "Hello, Mr. Baker, I'm your boxing fan, and my son is also your boxing fan. He also likes your songs, and bought your album." The man who looked like a teacher stood up and said excitedly. Link shook hands, invited the other party to take a seat, and asked about his identity. Chris Sperling, the editor of Variety magazine, a new screenwriter, has no film works yet. Link looked through the plot synopsis, which told the story of a construction contractor working in Iraq. When he was returning home from get off work, his convoy was bombed. When he woke up, he found himself lying in a coffin, buried in the desert, with only a mobile phone and a flashlight. After understanding his own situation, he began to use the tools at hand to save himself. The script was the same as the plot of Buried Alive he had seen. Link was a little surprised. He remembered that the investment in this movie was not much, about 2 or 3 million, and it actually earned 20,000 to 30,000 box office worldwide, and also won an award at the Global Film Festival. It was a low-cost movie. If he could get the adaptation rights of the script and invest in it to make a movie, he would be able to make a small fortune in the future. He glanced at the screenwriter Chris, who looked embarrassed across from him. "Mr. Sperling, is the story of this script true?" Screenwriter Chris shook his head. "I saw the news that an American hostage was buried underground by terrorists in the Middle East for 5 days and was finally rescued by rain. I got inspiration from the news and wrote this script, which is completely original." Link nodded. "Don't you have the adaptation rights?" "Yes, I wrote this script in 2006. After I finished writing it, I thought it was very good, so I submitted the script to more than a dozen film companies, hoping that they would be interested in it. Unfortunately, there was no response after waiting for 2 years. I didn't want to see my work buried, so I found a familiar producer and asked them to take a look, but no one has taken a fancy to it yet." Screenwriter Chris regretted it. Link has a perspective of Lucian pondering. "Mr. Sperling, I don't know why others didn't take a fancy to it, but I felt it was very interesting after reading it. Such Lucian should not be buried. I want to buy the adaptation rights of Buried and make it into a movie in the future. Will you sell it?" "Mr. Baker is willing." "Are you serious?" Screenwriter Chris looked at him in disbelief. He was so surprised and moved that Link decided to buy his copyright after only reading it once. He used to tell others that the description was great and it would be great if made into a movie, but no one believed him. Now Link wanted to buy the adaptation rights after only reading it once, and screenwriter Chris suddenly felt like he had met a bosom friend. "Mr. Baker, if you can film this script within 3 years, I will give you the adaptation rights for free, without paying a penny." Screenwriter Chris said excitedly. "Free?" Link smiled, waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, I will film this script, but I will still do things according to the market situation. I will give you the copyright modification fee as much as I should. In any case, the script is the result of your labor, and I don't want to get something for nothing." Screenwriter Chris smiled happily and finally quoted a minimum price, $30,000 for the adaptation rights within 3 years, and $100,000 within 5 years. Link thought about it and agreed. Then he called Ms. Mandy and said that he had roughly drafted the adaptation rights and asked her to find a lawyer to draft a copyright contract and send it over. Link, did you buy the script? Don't tell me you want to switch to being a director again. After signing the contract, Ms. Mandy asked puzzledly. Link looked at the copyright contract and script in his hand and smiled. I'm going to do it again. To register a film studio and invest in making movies. What do you think? Ms. Mandy looked at him. Great. I wouldn't be surprised if you tell me one day that you want to run in the presidential election. Election? Link touched his chin and thought about it seriously. Ms. Mandy blinked, stared at him and asked, you don't really have this idea, do you? Link laughed. Just kidding. I bought this script because it is low cost and I want to test the waters. But you don't have to worry. I won't participate in investment movies in the next 2 years. My focus in the past 2 years has been on boxing, making more money, and the purpose of my feature film studio is to collect scripts. Ms. Mandy heaved a sigh of relief when she heard his words. After becoming Link's agent, she realized how busy Link was. He got up at 6 in the morning for fitness training, boxing training for at least 6 hours a day, and practiced guitar playing, and sometimes went to the recording studio to practice singing. Now he has started reading scripts again, and is preparing to be an actor. If he opens another film company, he will probably be very busy. After Dream It Possible became a hit, many media called Link Music and wanted to interview you. I didn't tell you because you were busy training for the competition a few days ago. Do you want to be interviewed? Ms. Mandy said as she looked at the singer on the stage. Link thought about it and refused. He was not a professional musician and did not know much about songwriting. He could not answer the reporter's questions at all. It was better to remain silent and give everyone an unfathomable impression. Things. Ms. Mandy put away the documents on the desk. Now it's Christmas. Do you have any plans? Christmas? Link was stunned. Time passed so quickly. He remembered that when he first came here, it was still May. In a blink of an eye, it was almost the end of the year. I don't think there are any plans. Because of the role, he had no plans to return to Miami for the time being. Taylor had been running around recently. Even if there was no announcement on Christmas Day, he could spend it at home. As for Catherine, she had remarried, and he did not intend to disturb them. Link found that he was still alone in New York. How about spending Christmas at my house? Selena is the only child at home. It will be more lively after you go. Ms. Mandy asked expectantly. Link smiled lightly. Will it be too disturbing? How could it be? If Selena knew you were going home for Christmas, she would definitely be crazy with joy. Ms. Mandy smiled. Link thought about it, then nodded and agreed. Chapter 122, Streets of New York. After leaving the bar, Link drove around New York while the weather was good. He had been in New York for more than 3 months, and he was usually busy with training and competitions, and had never been on the streets to enjoy the scenery along the way. It happened to be a sunny day today. The sky was blue, and occasionally a plane flew through the sky, and the long exhaust took a long time to dissipate. The winter sun was as clear as a mountain spring, shining on the central business district of the valley. The skyscrapers that were hidden in the clouds in the past also had their full faces, including the Empire State Building, Rockefeller Center, Chrysler Building, and Temple Building, which passed by the car window one after another. Because it was Christmas, there were more Christmas trees, Christmas lights, and Santa Claus dolls on the streets, red, green, and white, full of joy. When driving past the Temple Building, he remembered something and called Miss Temple to ask her how the blind date went. After the last party, Eva told him that Mr. Thompson held a large party in Atlantic City that day and invited many wealthy heirs from New Jersey to attend, saying that he wanted her to find a marriage partner among those people. Because Thompson Real Estate suffered a financial crisis and suffered heavy losses, which caused many industries to face crisis and bankruptcy, Mr. Thompson wanted to borrow her marriage to solve the difficulties faced by the family. Evika was dissatisfied with this arrangement, so she dragged him to be a shield. Evika heard his ridicule and snorted, "Link, if I get married, I can't continue to work at Link Music. Do you want this?" So you'd better pray that I don't get married. Yes, you are a great partner, and I don't want to leave, so I'm going to go to the church to pray that you will never get married. Asshole, I said temporarily, not forever, and I also pray that you will be single forever, no matter which woman you marry. So vicious. You attacked me maliciously first. Evoca retorted strongly. Link shook his head, feeling that his brain was dizzy, and he would quarrel with women. I heard from Greem that you haven't been to the company for a long time, and they wanted to use money but no one signed. Sign you. Besides Link Music, I also own a jewelry store, a fast food product store, a brand shoe store, a reality show, and I'm the vice president of the Thompson Group. Oh, I'm too busy. Do you think I have nothing to do like you and can drive around everywhere in the world? Are you showing off your wealth? Do I need a partner? There's really no need. After all, I'm an Olympic champion, a world boxing champion, a singer, and the vice president of a company. It's useless for you to show off your wealth. TSK, you're such a bastard. I used to think you were a gentleman, but now I've decided to change. You're no different from those guys at parties who like to brag about themselves. Evoca laughed angrily. Shrugging, he began to talk to her about disturbing things. Eva, Graham told me that the first month's sales results of Despacito are out. A total of 114,208 copies were sold in the United States and 388,000 copies were sold overseas. It's just that the overseas remittances have not arrived. Remember to contact the relevant departments of Universal Music and let them know every moment. The company is short of money at this stage. When the Despacito single was initially released, the domestic portion was released by the marketing department of Link Music, and the overseas distribution rights were derived from Universal Music. Link Music could obtain 33% of the outsourcing for each record, which was less than the domestic share, but Link Music had just been established, so this was the only way for the time being. I see. When will your new album be completed? Releasing singles alone will not open up the market, and the company will not make much profit, so the first album is very critical. The 14 songs have been collected. It will take about a month to record and produce them. Promotion will also take time, probably until 3 or 4 months of next year. It's too slow. I want to see a complete album before February, and it must be on the shelves in March. Are you too impatient? If someone forces you to get married, you'll be impatient too. Well, for your freedom and happiness, Greem and I will go to the recording studio tomorrow to practice singing, Link said with a smile. After chatting for half an hour, Link said goodbye, and just after hanging up the phone, he received a call from James. James asked him if he would go back to Miami for Christmas. Link said that he didn't have time for the time being, and he would go back to bask in the sun when he had time after recording the first album. Yes, you have become a big star. You have to take advertisements and go out to perform every day. I know, I have seen those celebrity interview programs. Link smiled lightly. He is not very famous in the music industry at present, and he doesn't have so many things to do, but after the release of the first album, he will probably have income every day. How about you come to New York after Christmas? I'm in need of a work assistant. How about a monthly salary of $20,000? Come to New York. No, I heard that it's very dangerous there, with gunfights every day. I went out to buy a hot dog and was robbed by black people, James said. Read less tabloid news. New York is much safer than Miami. I have been in New York for 2 months and there has not been a single shooting. Bang, bang, bang. Just as he was talking, 3 loud explosions were heard in the block ahead, like a car tire bursting, but the sound was sharper and made people shudder. Link, what's that sound? Was there a gunfight? James shouted excitedly on the phone. No, it should be a car tire burst. Link saw the car in front stop, and he also turned on the double flash and parked on the side of the road. He backed out through the window and saw that the cars on 7th Avenue West 43rd Street had stopped, and the pedestrians on the ground were walking back. 3 tires exploded at the same time. It must be a gunfight. Link, why don't you come back? New York is too dangerous. I just heard gunfire when I called you. There must be gunfights every day in your place. Link was speechless and had no way to explain. He said a few words to James and hung up the phone. The gunfire was heard in a bar. I hope someone is making trouble there. It's a mess. Link didn't have the interest to watch the fun. When he was reversing, he saw Dinodua, Mario and Morales coming from the opposite street. Hey, here. Link lowered the window and shouted. Link, why are you here? Dino waved and shouted. Shopping. Link invited the three to get in the car and ask Mario and Morales. Now it's Christmas. I'm going to take a few days off. What are your plans? I'll go home the day after tomorrow, Morales said. Mario said with a big belly, I'm going to continue training and then participate in the Golden Gloves Championship again. This time I must enter the finals. Link shook his head and summed up, starting the car. Your skills are not bad, your strength is also okay, and your resistance to blows is B+. It's hard to get results if you continue to play in the heavyweight class. You can lose more than 10 pounds and participate in the light heavyweight competition. The masters in the light heavyweight field are. I think Link is right. Morales nodded. Lose weight? That's too difficult. Mario scratched his ugly face and said. Link didn't persuade him anymore, looking at Dino and said, drive the motorcycle you left downstairs back. I have a car and don't need equipment. Finally, after he completed the property handover formalities, Dino drove an F50 to his garage, saying it was a gift for him, but Link already had a car and savings, which would not be of much benefit to the government. We made millions by betting together, and that truck is your dividend, which is only 30,000. You can't throw it into the car graveyard, as if I wouldn't. Dino shrugged and smiled. Link was helpless. The two brothers always liked to force gifts on others, and he didn't know where they learned this bad habit. Give me the car purchase contract and I'll give you a check. Otherwise I won't tell you which round you'll win in the next game. Link, I've decided. I want to reduce the heavy fights in the secondary games. Mario suddenly shouted with his fists clenched. Link, Dino, and Morales all looked at him strangely, not understanding why he suddenly said, I want to be a boxing champion. I want to be fashionable. I want to be fashionable. Mario gritted his teeth and made a huge decision. I'm also going to participate in the next National Boxing Championship. Without Link above, I've already grabbed the championship. Morales puffed his arms and was dismembered. Enuo looked at Link, then looked at the other party, and cursed unhappily. Are you crazy? I told Link that it was okay, and you suddenly said this. You all have goals, so what should I do? Link smiled lightly, sent the three of them to the subway station, and drove back home. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 123, Digging a Hole for Each Other. Christmas is coming. Link called Taylor and asked her if she would come to New York. Taylor was originally from Pennsylvania. When she was 12, her parents moved to Nashville, Tennessee, in the South Central United States, the capital of country music, to support her as a singer. After Taylor became famous, the Swift family moved to Los Angeles and stayed in Los Angeles for most of the year. They came to New York just to record songs. After the release of Fearless, Taylor became one of the most popular country music singers in the American music scene, and also the most popular pop singer, with explosive popularity. Taylor received notices and works every day and increased exponentially. During the promotion of the album, she only came to New York once, stayed overnight and left in a hurry. He wanted to take advantage of Christmas to spend some time with Taylor, but Taylor said that she had work arrangements the day before Christmas, so she could only come to New York after Christmas. Link thought that she had parents to accompany her at home, and a younger brother who had just started elementary school, so there was nothing to say, as long as she was not too busy and took care of herself. If Taylor didn't come back, Link would have more free time. Every morning, they run together near Central Park and do strength and speed training in the gym and the apartment. After the last fight with Tyson, he also saw his own disadvantages. First, his physical strength is not enough, and his ability to resist blows is very different from his weight class. This cannot be changed for the time being. He is a super middleweight, and 77 kilograms is the upper limit. He cannot gain weight easily. The second is that his punch weight is not big enough. The highest punch weight of his right fist is 1,600 pounds, but the average is only 1,360 pounds. Holyfield, who is in the same training ground, has a maximum punch weight of 1,620 pounds, which is only 20 pounds higher than him, but his average punch weight of 10 right punches is as high as 1,480 pounds. He is very stable and has greater lethality than him. In actual combat, Link continues to train and wants to continue to increase his punch weight, striving to increase his punch weight to more than 2,000 pounds. If he can reach this data, he may become a one-punch man in the future. No matter what opponent he encounters, one punch can solve the problem. After training every day, he would drive to the recording studio to practice singing. Ivica said that the album should be out before February, so he and Greem and others had to work overtime and enter the recording process in advance. I'm never down, I never give up, lying here, staring ahead, I lie on the ground, where I fell staring ahead, and you are looking down in the recording studio. Link's headset, standing behind the microphone, sings the new album song Chasing the Sun. Chasing the Sun is one of the theme songs of the animated film Ice Age 4, a popular inspirational song, sung by the British idol group band The Wanted, which once topped the British singles chart and reached 5th place in the US Bulletin Board. This song contains element of rock, pop, and independent music, with an exciting melody and a quarter rhythm. When Link was practicing boxing moves, he often listened to the rhythm of this song and practiced it repeatedly. Because it is a song that he often listens to in the past, when practicing songs, his mind often involuntarily recalls the scenes of practicing boxing. It feels very strange. I used to practice boxing while listening to music, but now I practice music while boxing in my mind. Link, be more involved when singing. You have to remember that you are a singer, not a player. When singing a song, you have to listen to and understand the lyrics and every tune, integrate your understanding and emotions into it, and then express it with your singing. The more thorough your understanding of the song, the more perfect your expression, and the more contagious your voice will be. On the other side of the glass wall, Greem Goodall gave instructions while listening to the song. I understand. Link nodded, adjusted his singing method according to the other party's instructions, and sang it loudly again. He couldn't stop, even if he was hoarse. Greem said that he had not received professional music training, and his grasp of the tone was not accurate enough, so before officially recording the song, he needed to sing each song of this album over and over again for more than 1,000 times to form a memory, so that there would be no mistakes. How is Link singing? Outside the recording studio, Ivica walked in wearing a black women's suit and skirt, with her golden hair tied up and red lips. Her fair and delicate face had no extra expression, just like a domineering female president. Greem came back to his senses, put down his headphones and said, "Concert." Link is a natural singer. His voice is first class. His understanding of songs and emotional processing are also very unique. It is hard to imagine that he is a boxer. If he can invest some time and energy in singing, his future achievements will not be worse than those of first-line singers. Just a first-line singer? Ivica shrugged, seeming a little dissatisfied. Greem looked at her in surprise. Has Link become a first-line singer yet? There are thousands of singers in the music industry, but only dozens of them can be trained to become first-line singers. Greem thinks that Link, a boxer, can become a first-line singer. This achievement is very good. Link is not a professional singer, has not received professional training, and does not understand music theory. The positioning of a first-line singer is very suitable, Greem said. Ivica looked at the person in the glass window and smiled slightly. Your goal is too conservative. He is only 20 years old, but he is already a world boxing champion. He has hundreds of millions of fans around the world, which is more than all new singers. Do you think such a person can only become a first-class singer? Greem Goodall thought carefully. Link seemed to be really excellent, with talent, appearance, fame, and youth. In addition, he worked very hard and was very serious when practicing singing. He did not have those bad habits of young stars. He was simply Link is very good, but he just wants to be a top singer. Occasionally, he has to look at the social environment and market trends. Green said fearfully. I understand. The purpose of telling you this is to remind you that Link is not an ordinary singer, but a talented singer. You are destined to make him a superstar in the future. It is more successful for him. If he succeeds, you can still succeed and earn more honors and US dollars. I think you should not dislike these. Ivica said lightly. Grimm's eyes lit up a little when he heard her words. He has been a producer for more than 20 years and is also a gold medal producer, not a top producer in the music industry. Mainly, in the past, I often worked on Sony Music, serving some singers with low level, producing some songs with low level, and giving full play to my talent. Now I have good songs, singers with great potential, and great production rights. Why not work hard here and make a career? Ms. Thompson, I understand. I will definitely be stricter with Link. Grimm. Ivica looked at Link with a smile on her face, showing that she had used her ability successfully. After standing in the recording studio for a while, she left without waiting for Link to come out. Before leaving, she also told Grimm not to tell Link that she had been there. Then Link found that Grimm had higher requirements for him. He kept interrupting his singing, pointing out a lot of mistakes for him, and asking him to correct them. Afterwards, he also gave him a set of music teaching materials and asked him to take them back to study. Grimm, is it necessary to know so much theory just for singing? Link looked at the pile of books on the table and couldn't help but feel a little overwhelmed. Grimm shook his head calmly and picked up a piece of manuscript paper. Link, do you know how to use this piece of paper to perfectly cut out the shape of a palm? Link looked at the A4 paper, thought for a while, and drew with his fingers. First, use a pen to draw the handwork of the technique, and then cut it out with scissors. Grimm shook his head and took out a larger piece of manuscript paper. If you want to cut out a perfect palm shape on a piece of paper, the best way is not to use a pen to draw, but to expand the paper. As long as the paper is big enough, you can play with it as you like. Draw as many techniques as you want. Link thought about it, but still didn't quite understand what he wanted to say. Grimm, please speak directly. If you have something to say, don't use metaphors with me. The principle is the same as singing. As long as your level is high enough, no matter what song it is, it can be perfectly performed here. You can hear the songs of Lynn Dunn and Whitney Houston. They never pinch their throats, use falsetto, sing out of tune, or don't have enough stage when singing. They sing every song easily because their singing skills are good enough, and they don't need to put too much effort to present the song perfectly. Grimm. Link understood. After saying so much, it can be summed up in 4 Chinese idioms. With ease. As long as you practice the singing skills to perfection, you will be able to sing with ease. Music theory is actually a guide for musicians. The more you know, the less mistakes you will make. Read more. It won't hurt you. Mr. Grimm said. Link thought about it and accepted the other party's advice. Chapter 124 Happy New Year. After leaving the recording studio, Link has been thinking about Grimm's suggestion. Grimm said that he is only 20 years old this year, which is the right age for college. If he has time, he can go to a nearby school to attend classes and enrich his spiritual world. Hearing Grimm's suggestion, Link started to talk repeatedly. He is a world boxing champion and a multi-millionaire. Do I still need to go to school? What a joke. But on the way, he thought about it carefully and found that this hint seemed to have a certain breadth. First of all, he and Link are not highly educated, which is a fact. When he was a boxer in the boxing gym, he envied the students who could sit quietly in the classroom, play with their mobile phones, and fall in love. They gave money to others every day without being beaten, wore brand name clothes, and lived a carefree life. It was equivalent to utopia. It was a pity that he had no chance to experience it, which was also one of his regrets in life. Now that he has money and leisure, should he try a life like that? With a cultured idol, a cultured world boxing champion, the public image will be more positive, and fans will support him more. For example, the WBC/WBO/IBF World Boxing Champions Klitschko brothers, both of whom have a doctorate from the University of Kiev, are known as Drive Iron Fist and Drive Steel Hammer. Link thought that, if he also had a doctorate, it would be interesting to spread it. I'm going to find a school to study in. What do you think? On Christmas, the dining table of the Gomez family was filled with delicious food, with a large plate of turkey in the middle, emitting hot aroma. Link cut a piece of chicken and said in his head. Ms. Catherine and Ms. Mandy looked up at him with some surprise. Link, you are stupid. You are the world boxing champion, and you still want to go to college? Selena looked up and blinked at him with her big eyes. I have this idea. Link shrugged and said, I can't do it during this period. I read a few weekly books and found that there are many places I can't understand. I think maybe I should find a school to recharge. This is a great idea, Link. You can think of this, which proves that you are better than we think. Mr. Adam Gomez was the first to agree. Catherine nodded and added, you have money, time, fame, status, and everything now. You can do whatever you want. Studying is indeed a good choice. Link, what university do you want to go to? You are an Olympic champion and a world boxing champion. I just want you to go to all the universities in the United States. All universities will welcome you. Ms. Mandy asked. Link, go to Harvard University. I heard that there are many academic masters there. Link shook his head and said, Harvard is not suitable. I usually work a lot and can't stay in school all day to study. Going to study strictly will only embarrass me. An ordinary school will be fine. That's not bad. I wish you a happy college life. Catherine raised her glass and smiled. Link, happy studying. Others also raised their glasses to congratulate him. Thank you. Link smiled. Ms. Mandy put down her glass and looked at Selena beside her. Selena, you must study hard in school and strive to get into a regular prestigious school. Selena, who was drinking juice, was immediately choked. She blinked and looked at Ms. Mandy in confusion. What does Link going to school have to do with me? Link is still thinking about further studies. You are his sister, shouldn't you learn from him? Ms. Mandy said. I can study music and performance. No, it is also important to go to school. You are not allowed to take leave this semester, otherwise I will consider ending your work at Disney early. Selena frowned her round face, kicked Link lightly under the table, and whispered, it's all your fault. Today is Christmas. Why don't you talk about happy things? Why talk about studying? It's so annoying. Link laughed. Don't you like studying? Of course I don't like it. Only nerds like to stay in school. And I just lied. In fact, your plan to go to college will be completed very quickly. It is the slowest plan I have heard in 2008. Selena waved her fist and said angrily. Link smiled indifferently. You want me to write a song for you? If you get B+ in every exam in high school, I will write a few more for you. Really? Selena excitedly said that the song Dream It Possible written by Link was amazing. After the song was released, many professional magazines rated it as the best inspirational song in the past decade, and they also spoke highly of Link, saying that he was a very talented creative talent. I heard that many people asked Link to write songs for them. Selena also wanted to be a singer and wanted to ask Link to write songs, but Link was too busy and she had no chance to bring it up. Today happened to be Christmas, and seeing that Link was in a good mood, she took the initiative to bring it up to Link, but Link said that he needed creative inspiration and had to wait. Okay, I will study hard and make sure that my grades in every subject are above B+. Selena patted her chest and said seriously. Link nodded with satisfaction, thinking that he was a good brother. But Selena curled up the corners of her mouth and made a round dimple, laughing secretly in her heart. Her grades were already good, and it was not easy to get a B+. She could get a few songs from Link for free, which was great. After Christmas, Link flew to Los Angeles to audition for the movie The Fighter, and met the main creative staff of the crew, screenwriter Scott Sliver, Christian Starring and Bell, Amy Adams and others. After arriving at the crew, I found that the director had been replaced. The new director is David O. Russell, also a New York director. He has shot action films such as Three Kings and comedy I Love Huckabees. He is also a famous Hollywood director, but less famous than Darren Aronofsky. The original director Darren Aronofsky became the executive producer and the person in charge of the entire film project. Before coming to the second round of auditions, Link spent 3 days memorizing all the lines of the role, and even used a song as a condition to call Selena to act with him. Because of the sufficient preparation and the support of the producer Darren, Link's second round of auditions went smoothly. The reason why it went smoothly was that he met Mark Wahlberg during the audition, and the other party's performance was also very good. It is said that there was some closure within the crew. Some people supported Link, and some supported Wahlberg. In the end, Link received a call from Darren Aronofsky. Director Darren asked him to hurry up and prepare, and the movie would be shot in March and April. He also invited him to play the boxing role in the movie. Link readily agreed. Chapter 125 The King's New Love. Pull. Catch the ball. Link, you can't spike the ball too lightly. We are playing volleyball, not a boxing match. You almost knocked me out. A group of coolly dressed men are playing volleyball on the beach in Monica, Los Angeles. Most of the men are barebacked and wearing sports shorts. The women are all wearing bikinis, red, black, and pink, and their flesh waves are rolling when they run. These people are in their 20s or 30s, and their bodies are very sexy and hot. Ms. Anna Farrell came to the beach court, adjusted her glasses, and scanned several men. She saw the man in khaki sports shorts, Link Baker. He still had energetic short black hair, a strong back, and bronze skin. Although the pieces taken from his body were not as exaggerated as those of a bodybuilder, they were well proportioned, with clear lines, and each piece was just the right size. Just like the sci-fi movie soldiers, those genetic warriors trained with high-tech equipment are very sexy. Every time Anna saw him, she felt like she was dreaming. Some time ago, Link Music Company was recruiting a group of new employees. She submitted a resume and was retained by the company after several rounds of screening. She used to be an editor at a fashionable men's magazine publishing house. She thought she would stay in the company as an assistant clerk, but she was accidentally assigned to Link as an assistant. Facing a handsome man like Link every day, she couldn't help but feel excited, even if she was married and had children. Bang! On the beach, Link pushed off the ground with his feet, jumped more than 1 meter high in the air, raised his right arm and slapped the red volleyball heavily. The volleyball was slapped down hard and hit the sand with a bang, splashing a pile of golden fine sand. Paul Walker and another teammate rushed over to save the ball and almost collided with each other. 11:05, Paul, it's your treat today. Link supported his waist and smiled. Damn it. You're a boxer. Why are you so good at racing, volleyball, and tennis? Next time I'm going to compete with boxers, and I don't believe that a boxer like you can play table tennis. Paul Walker jumped up from the ground. Haha, you can try. Seeing Link's assistant Anna coming over, he called a timeout and came to the beach court. Anna was his newly hired assistant. After all, he wanted James to come, but James was reluctant to leave Baker's store. In addition, he recently made a girlfriend and was even more reluctant to leave Miami. Anna, is there anything? Link picked up the water bottle and drank a glass of water. Miss Thompson called and said she had something to talk to you about. I hope you can call her back when you are free. Anna handed him his mobile phone and said. Link nodded, lay on the beach chair, and called Diva. After recording the new album, Link came to Los Angeles to audition for The Fighter and successfully won the role. Because of the crew's request, he stayed in Los Angeles temporarily to instruct several main characters in the play to practice boxing. Miss me? Hearing the call being connected, Link made a joke. Do you know what day it is today? Ivica asked coldly. Link touched his forehead and thought for a while. We first met in early June, less than a week ago, and your birthday is in October, so today shouldn't be a special day. Don't joke, I'm talking about serious matters. Today is the day when the data of your album's first week on the shelves is released. Don't you want to know the sales and chart performance of your first album? Oh, really? I almost forgot. If you didn't tell me. Tell me the sales volume quickly. Link asked, sitting up. In New York, he and Greem and others stayed in the recording studio for more than a month to support Link Music, and finally recorded all 14 songs in the first album The Fighter. After hearing that the album was successfully recorded, Ivica found more than 20 professional musicians to listen to it and give their comments. Everyone had a high opinion of this album, with an average score of A, and it has the potential to be a big seller. The audition was good, so Ivica took the staff of Link Music's publicity and distribution department to start a large-scale promotion of this album and released it across the United States last week. Today is the day to release the first week's results, and Link is looking forward to the audience for his first album. The national population is 97,651. Evaka looked at the crowd nervously. Her voice was too high and steady, but if you listen carefully, you can hear a hint of trembling. Only more than 90,000 copies. Link was a little disappointed. Taylor's second album sold 650,000 copies in the first week, winning the first place on the Billboard 200 album sales chart. My album sales were only 1/7 of hers. It's too miserable. You're not satisfied with the first week sales of nearly 100,000 copies? Evaka asked in surprise. Taylor's last album sold 650,000 copies, and I only have 1/7 of hers. That was Taylor's second album. She had a fan base, and she released a single 6 months in advance to test the waters and promoted it everywhere. We didn't release a single in advance, and you were too lazy to promote it. Are you not satisfied with the first week sales? When Evaka saw the data, she couldn't help but shout out in surprise and hurriedly called Link to tell him the good news. But Link was not surprised at all when he heard the data and was still very dissatisfied. Thinking that Link knew less about the music industry than herself except for writing songs and singing, she was no longer angry. Link, do you know what the first time sales of Lady Gaga and Katy Perry, who were very popular last year, were? Hearing these names, Link's eardrums were shocked. When he was in Miami, he had heard each other's songs and thought that they had debuted earlier and would accidentally be similar to him. How much? Evaka told him that in June last year, Katy Perry released her first album One of the Boys, which sold 47,000 copies in the first week. In October, Lady Gaga released her first album The Fame, which sold 24,000 copies in the first week. Katy Perry was the new king of pop music last year. Now do you understand how amazing 97,000 copies are? Evaka asked. Link nodded. His first time sales were higher than those of Katy Perry and Lady Gaga, which was indeed not bad. Thinking of himself as a world boxing champion with a fan base. Before the release of the album, the video Despacito had more than 10 million hits on YouTube, becoming the top 20 song videos in YouTube. There is also the popular song Dream It Possible, which has been the champion of the singles chart for 3 consecutive weeks. The column of the lyricist and composer is his own name. This single has made him famous. He is not a pure newcomer in the music industry. Link, guess again that the fighter ranks 3rd on the US top 200 albums chart? Evaka, just say it, don't make me guess. Paul shouted on the beach to play ball. Link waved his hand and pointed to his mobile phone. It's 5th. The first is Kanye West, who released his 4th studio album 808s and Heartbreak on January 3rd this year. The sales in the first week were 452,000 copies. This week is the 3rd week of release, and the sales are 375,000 copies. The second is Britney Spears, who released her 6th music album Circus on December 12th last year, which includes 13 songs such as Womanizer, Out From Under, and Kill the Lights. The first week was 505,000 copies, and the sales this week were 175,000 copies. The third album is Taylor's Fearless, which sold 137,000 copies this week, and the total sales of this album in the United States reached 3.2 million copies. The fourth is Rihanna's remake album Good Girl Gone Bad, Reloaded, which was also released in the new year, and sold 102,000 copies in the third week. In the sixth place, Little Queen Christina Aguilera released her first collection album Keeps Getting Better, a decade of hits, which sold 73,000 copies this week. The seventh place is Usher's fifth album Here I Stand, which sold 68,000 copies. Hearing that there are these music giants on the charts at the same time, Link suddenly felt that the fifth place didn't seem bad. You are ranked at the table among all the similar newcomers. How do you feel now? Evaka smiled. Not bad. Link stretched and smiled. How is the singles chart? How many songs are on it? 3 songs entered the top 10 of the singles chart, and there is also a singles chart champion. Guess which one is it? Evaka looked in a good mood and smiled slightly. There are also champion singles. Link was a little surprised. He had very few inspirational songs in his memory, and he couldn't copy a few good ones, otherwise he could have a champion single. Is it Never Say Never or neither? Ivica smiled. Unstoppable ranked 1st, Chasing the Sun ranked 6th, and Fire ranked 10th. The highest song you expected, Never Say Die, only ranked 5th. Unstoppable is a song? Link was a little surprised. This song was added temporarily by him, because the quality of the few songs that Greem asked for were relatively average. He was worried that the sales of his first album would be dismal, so he racked his brains to create a few more songs, including Unstoppable, Fire and American Dream. Unstoppable is the theme song of the NBA from 2015 to 2016. The original singer is a female singer with a more neutral voice. He listened to it a few times at first and felt good, so he used it to make up the number. It accidentally became the champion single, instead of Forever, or Chasing the Sun, which he was more optimistic about. Suddenly I understood what Mr. Greem said. If you want to become a first-line singer, you can't rely on personal ability alone. You also have to look at the social environment and market trends. At present, the United States is still affected by the financial crisis. From the country to the individual, the status is relatively low. The lyrics and melody of this song Unstoppable are positive. It is indeed partly luck that it can be pushed to the top of the singles chart by music fans. How many songs of The Fighter have made it into the top 100 of the singles chart? Link asked. 7 songs. All of these 7 songs are yours. Eva paused and said softly, Link, you are amazing. Link smiled softly and accepted only 50% of her evaluation because his interpretation of several songs was indeed good, and the songs had their own characteristics and emotions, which were no worse than the original versions. In fact, some songs such as Unstoppable and Chasing the Sun were better and more passionate than the original versions. The remaining 50% praised his original lyricist. Eva, is there anything else? I'm playing volleyball. Of course I have something to do. Your first album is a big hit and your singles are champions. Do you think it will be okay? But Mandy will arrange the rest for you. I don't care. It's just that Yahoo News said that you have a new friend named Amber Heard. Have you broken up with Taylor Swift? Eva suddenly asked. Yes, she is very busy, and I'm also very busy. We have only met once in the past 3 months. I think it is more appropriate to be ordinary friends. This way, there will be no regrets for both of us. Link shrugged. She agreed. No, but I think she will figure it out. She didn't agree to break up, so you messed around with other women? You are such a damn scumbag. Ivica scolded without any mercy. Link touched the sweat on his forehead and wanted to make a few excuses, but after thinking about it, he gave up. He didn't think he did anything wrong in breaking up with Taylor. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.